You and I are predetermined nonsense, and that's okay. You and I have predetermined consequence, and that's okay. And that's okay. You and I are locked into our destiny, and that's okay. And that's okay. Predetermined nonsense have predetermined consequence. You and that's okay. You and predetermined nonsense. Look out, and that's okay. You gotta know what you want. You gotta do it. Destiny, and that's okay. And that's okay. I chuck a pebble down the road. Did you know? As it rolled, I thought of home. Your clothes are on the floor. Our runs to the store. Your favorite Slurpee, it's on your chinny. Did you know? Think about before. The chords will say he didn't know, but he knows. He remembers the story. I would never admit it, but you're the best of me. I would never admit it, but you were the rest of me. I kicked the pebble down the road. I thought you should know. The music that we sing while drowning the shades. The fuck we made. Let's get louder. Go harder. Let's get louder. Go harder. The courts will say he didn't know, but he knows. He remembers the store. Did you know who I think about before I chucked a pebble by the store? Your favorite Slurpee?
I remember the days when someone could be wrong. I remember the days when thinking out loud won't get you shot down. I remember the ways we used to call out, hey, hey, hey. So don't forget to call on me to disagree. So don't forget to call on me to disagree. You now reduce them to the evil you once agreed. You want to reduce them to be silenced you once agreed. So don't forget to call on me to disagree. So don't forget to call on me, yeah, to disagree. Your ship is sailing on. I see you on the horizon. Your ship is sailing on. I see you sailing on the horizon. Call on me when you wanna disagree. Please call on me when you wanna disagree. You now reduce them to be silenced. You once agreed.
Nothing seems to go right. Melodies don't sound right. It's true. Days disappear. Shadows remain plainly clear. The door opens, and the fizzing in my beer slows. The door opens as it slows. I see a shade of something moving like a blanket in the wind. A pretty little blanket, perfect to heal me in the end. The door opens, and the fizzing in my beard slows. She walks by, and the spinning in my head grows. The door opens as it slows. I wish that I was pretty, more pretty than reflections look tonight. But I'm past the point of caring. It's time to make a moment. Let's not make a moment. This shouldn't be a moment. The door opens, and the fizzing in my beer slows. She walks by, the spinning in my head grows. When the door opens, and the fizzing in my beer slows, and she walks by, oh, she walks by, the spinning in my head grows. Watch it grow, watch it go. The door opens, and it slows.
closing sale. Everything must go, nothing left behind. No wild oats to sow. It's out of my way, I'm done now. You see, you took the meat, but not my bones. Now throw away your key. One foot out the door, persistent. You are frozen in time. Oh, I love you slips out of my mind. So sail, set sail, a little bird. Just go and set sail. Set sail, set sail, a little bird. Just go and set sail. I'll take my ship away as the storm rolls in. I hope the wind is with me, and I hope you've learned that the pirate within me is sworn to the truth. Live or die by this rule. Something old and something new is the treasure within me. As sad as it seems, you will come to know what it all means to me. Set sail, little bird. Just go and set sail. Set sail, little bird. You just go now and set sail. Some pictures and some memories, ones I can't forget, on the crest of my black heart. You best not forget that the pirate never loses. He always collects one way or another. Now you can clear up all your regrets of the time you set sail with that pirate from the sky. You will remember him until that day that you die. Set sail, little bird. Now come on, just set sail. Set sail, little bird. Now I want you to set sail. Set sail, oh, little bird. Now I want you to set sail. Don't forget to lose your mind tonight. Just watch me. Hello. Don't you think about responsibilities. Just feel what you want. Feel what you want tonight. I want you to say how you feel. I want you to tell me I'm no good. We'll send you on your way if you say so. You try to, but you see me staring back at you. I'm staring back at you. To have another dance with me, my dear. Move your hips like this just walk to me, my dear. Look inside me, and it's clear I'm a better man than him. I'm a better man than him. Then time stops. I want you to say how you feel. I want you to tell me I'm no good. Well, don't you look back, you will miss me. Don't look back, I'm standing under the street light at night. Don't you look back, try to forget. Yeah. So just walk to me, my dear. Look inside me, and it's clear I'm a better man than him. I'm a better man than him. Then time stops. It's the same road as before, and I wonder who I'll see this time. Just to touch the water and swing through the trees. Home is at memory away. Take me home. Take me home. Take me home. Take me home. Come to think of it, I've never felt so free. My tunes are a blaring, consuming that mountain breeze. It makes me so grateful to be alive. Home is a memory away. Take me home.
We need to be able to have conversations without feeling like we're going to say something that gets us thrown in jail because people happen to be offended.
Skepticism. Do you know what you believe?
All right, we
Good. I just need to figure out how I can have my speakers on with my new microphone. It's supposed to be omnidirectional, and it's not meant to pick up noise from the side, but and yeah, I was tired of wearing a headset. It was giving me like this weird hairdo, um, which is rather unfortunate.
Oh, I
So,
had to
yeah.
turn my mic on. I didn't even have my mic on for my intro. Fuck myself. Anyways, guys, we're hanging out to another Pangburn Hangout with deniability. We're talking about technological determinism today. What led you to the this topic?
So I've actually only recently found out that it's an official term, but these thoughts have sort of pervaded my considerations for about the last 5 or 6 years, and I've always called it the technologist approach. But turns out there is a word for it. It's called technological determinism. And what technological determinism, in essence, is, it says that the primary way society is constructed and our cultural norms and our societal norms, it's primarily predicated on technology. And I find it a very attractive theory. Just using Occam's razor, it seems to explain a lot about human society in the simplest fashion possible, which I think is usually the most correct way to analyze societies.
Interesting.
Yeah, so people like a quick example. Technological determinism basically says something like slavery, and specifically the abolishment of it, was only made possible via the creation of technology. And if you think about it, it kind of fits, right? We've had slave revolts since we've had slaves, literally the last thousands of years, at least going back to the ancient Egyptians. Why did the last slave revolt stick? And what seems to be evident is not only did you have the advent of the steam engine, but you had the advent of democracy. And democracy specifically showed us that individual rights is a better way to construct society. So it's a bit of a legal, technological leap, as it were. But the more important one is the steam engine. We found a way to not only replace human kinetic energy with mechanical kinetic energy, we could also do it cheaper. It became cost ineffective to use slaves as a mode of production as soon as the steam engine came about.
So this
And
opens
then
up
later-
for like new ideas of how to do things when you have a machine come in that frees up, like you're describing all this, potential.
Exactly. So like technology allows for the expansion of human consciousness and enables new solutions to different problems, as it were.
Interesting.
Didn't lead to the end of slavery.
Doctor, you're kind of hard to hear. Can you try that again?
I'll log out and come back in.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, maybe.
Yeah.
Up or still bad?
Yeah, it sounds a bit tinny, like you're at the
Like
bottom
you're
of an
far away
aquarium.
from it or something.
Come back then and do a restart.
All right, cool. Yeah, that's interesting. So I remember you bringing this up about slavery. So do you think that technology played a big role in this to make it a viable next step to abolish slavery?
Yeah, I think if we hadn't have invented it, we'd still have slavery today. If we hadn't found a way to replace human kinetic energy with mechanical kinetic energy, then we'd still have slaves today. And like, it's quite interesting in places where this mechanical technology has yet to reach, like in the Amazon forest, in rural provinces in Asia, you still see the practice of slavery. So it does seem to fit quite neatly. I can't find fault in it.
Mm. What up, Doolittle?
What's up, Dr. Doolittle?
What's going on, guys?
Talking technological determinism. Have you come across it before?
It's my first time hearing of it.
It's the concept that the technology is a primary drive behind the construction of society and the establishment of cultural and social norms.
Yeah, I mean, well, certainly.
So the initial example we're talking about is slavery, but like wherever you look at monumental shifts in people's, I suppose people say it's human morality. I don't see human morality shifting. I see technology coming and allowing for an expansion of consideration and understanding. And it's very interesting. Like I think what applies to slavery also applies to women and the establishment of equal rights amongst women, because if you're in an older society that doesn't have tampons, doesn't have birth control, doesn't have safe and effective abortion, doesn't have machines, then women are at a distinct disadvantage, because dealing with their biological functions without even something like plumbing, internal plumbing in the house and in the office at work, something as simple as that really limits women's interaction in the workplace. And I would argue, like a job like, say, a lumberjack. Previously, it's guys out in the woods swinging axes and physically hauling these things. But fast forward to 2020, and maybe you have a helicopter with a chainsaw attached to it, slicing down the trees, and then a crane picking the trees up, putting it onto a truck and driving it across, or someone using a chainsaw for the particularly difficult ones and using some sort of mechanized strength to get it out of the forest and onto a truck. A woman can perform that just as easily as a man can now because of the advent of machine tools. But before that, women really were at a distinct disadvantage, but most notably in the physical disciplines. But I mean, even as soldiers, war shifted. There's so many positions in the army now that don't require that physical strength advantage that men clearly have. Jet pilots, all the positions on ships, none of it requires like physical strength. And the invention of these technologies has also enabled us to really recognize women as equal citizens and give them equal job opportunities and rights, because we've leveled the playing fields through technology.
Yeah, but I would mostly tend to agree with that. It's hard to argue against, what, technology is something that really gives us our capabilities. And if you don't have the capability to do something, you can't make it the social norm. That should be fairly obvious.
Is it better now, or is it still tinny?
It's a little bit better, but you had something you want to add on the slavery bit.
I was just going to say, it wasn't technology that stopped slavery. It's force of arms. People who were against slavery and had the power were able to stop people who wanted slavery. In America, they had the Civil War, 1861 to 65. I mean, if the South had won, they would have continued with slavery. It wasn't a case of the Southerners thought, oh, you know what, technology is coming along. We don't really need slaves anymore. They had to be forced. People had to die. And before then, the British implemented a law, and then they used their naval ships to travel the seas at any time they saw slavery taking place. They would attack those ships and they would free the slaves. That was how it was stopped. Certain people had the power to stop other people, which is why even now in the 21st century, slavery still exists. They call it modern slavery. I live in the UK. We have an organization called the National Crime Agency, which is the equivalent of the FBI in the UK. And they're dealing with slave cases all the time in the UK. You've got cases where you've got sex slavery, child trafficking. You've got cases where people are being duped and being forced to work in the agricultural industry, picking fruit. And then they're being locked up and not being paid. So you could say, well, it's the 21st century. You could use technology. Why do you need slaves? People still need slaves. Technology didn't stop slavery. It's
Well,
one group of people who believed it was wrong, who had the power to stop it. They're the ones who are stopping it.
You see, Dr. Bombay, I see technological determinism arriving quite neatly there, because all technological determinism says is that technology allows for an expansion of understanding, and that understanding leads to a fundamental construction of society. So it might be the case that, and I think it was the case, that people thought slavery was wrong all the time, and that never really changed. But what changed was our ability to police slavery and prevent people from practicing slavery. And not only that, we found a cheaper alternative to what slavery provided. So I see the emergence of multiple technologies allowing for what you described. And when you refer to current examples of where slavery still exists, think about the industries you just mentioned. You mentioned sex work. What was the other one? You mentioned farming.
The agricultural.
Yeah. So one thing I'd like you to know is that while we figured out how to mechanize many farming practices, one of the things that we have yet to mechanize is fruit picking. This is why fruit is fundamentally expensive, because it's one of the few items grown on farms that requires human labor production. There's no machine that's been able to effectively replace human pickers. I think with some fruits they've been able to partially automate it, but with things like strawberries, there's no way to automate it, and it's a particularly tricky one. So those places where you cite that we still have people practicing slavery, they're distinctly absent an acceptable mechanized kinetic energy replacements. So it kind of fits,
Wait, deniability, is it accurate to say that technology reduces the necessity for slavery insofar as there's no more need to use men as a primary function of as the task you just mentioned above? But then I think was a Dr. Baum that said, well, slavery still exists today. That's not related to technology. That's related to an issue of morality in different cultures. So that's on a completely unrelated note. I mean, slavery, most of the places in which slavery has existed has been reduced. I mean, we fought a civil war in the States in 1865. Well, it's in accordance to the Constitution and the preservation of the Union, but the morality of slavery and the results of technology evolving so that we don't need slaves anymore, or there's less of a demand for slaves to be on the farms, those are two completely different issues.
Well, talking about the morality of slavery. I'm talking, a claim was made that technology ended the need for slavery. And I'm saying that's not what happened historically. The Civil War came about not because Southerners thought, oh, you know what, we don't need slaves anymore. They had to be forced, killed to stop having slaves.
So before we get into the specifics that support my theory around the American Civil War, the first question you'd have to answer to me is, since we've had slaves and written recorded history, we've had slave revolts. Why did specifically the American Civil War start the trend that ended slavery? So for me, you have to go, what was present during the American Civil War that was not present in the great slave revolts of Rome, that was not present in the great slave revolts in Alexander the Great's empire, that was not present in the Egyptian Empire during their slave revolts, or the Persian Empire during their slave revolts, or the Chinese Empire during their slave revolts? Why was it this particular war that ended the practice? And when I look at what was unique to the American Civil War, was the advent of the steam engine, advent of democracy and individuated rights. These things played a huge role. Without the legal leap forward in individuated rights, and without the way to effectively replace human kinetic energy with cheaper machine kinetic energy, I still think we'd have slavery today. I think you could not achieve it without those two things, because that seems to be the only unique thing between the American Civil War and all the other slave wars in written history.
be careful when we say the Civil War stopped slavery, because the 13th Amendment still allows for slavery as a criminal punishment. And in fact, after the Civil War, there were still black people, black Americans, who were being used as slaves. They had something called the Black Codes. So if a black person was standing by a train station, a policeman could come over and say, hey, you're loitering, there's a fine. If you can't pay off the fine, right, I'm gonna have to lease you to a turpentine factory or a cotton patch field or some coal mine, and you're gonna have to work it off the fine till I say you've done it. So this idea that after the Civil War, somehow slavery ended, that didn't happen. Even up till now in the 13th Amendment, it's still there. You can be held as a slave through criminal punishment.
So the specific claim was about cultural norms. It wasn't about edge cases. So I think you're right, but you're right, but you're not addressing the claim.
Yeah. No. Also, you're talking about indentured labor. You're talking about indentured labor, not slavery. And
no, I'm talking about slavery. People being held and not being paid.
So while feudal practices and indentured labor do certainly represent many of the hallmarks of slavery, they are distinct. Like chattel slavery practiced in America is a particular type of slavery that is distinct from other types of slavery. So, and all you really represent when you state that is you confirm that people weren't fighting for the moral cause to end slavery. Interestingly, one of the primary factors I see in the American Civil War specifically is the North wanted to industrialize, and they were locked in a resource economy with Europe, and all the machines that they needed to industrialize. And I think Benjamin Franklin spent a lot of time in Europe. It was either Benjamin Franklin or George Washington, I forget who. They spent a lot of time in Europe trying to negotiate with European powers to get access to manufacturing technology. And they kept blocking them, saying, no, it's a resource economy. We buy sugar and all the slave resources from you, and that's your guys' lot in life. And one of the incentives for fighting the American Civil War was to motivate men to do it. It was specifically to end slavery. But the economic incentive was to industrialize and bring in mechanization. And this specifically did happen once the American Civil War was ended. The deconstruction of, sorry, getting a lot of feedback there, the deconstruction of the slave empire that was America, it was specifically started by the mechanization and industrialization of America. And the removal of the right to own slaves was really secondary to that task, which is really the task of dismantling America as a resource exporting economy to Europe and turn it into an industrialized nation using mechanical energy to get shit done instead of human labor or human slave labor.
Not everybody agreed with that because they had to fight a war and force people. Why didn't the South think like that then?
Because the South had the benefits. They were making the money. They were engaged in the resource economy. It's a well-known thing that, like, I mean, capitalism and the rate at which we exchange technology today is absolutely phenomenal if you consider where it started. When we first learned how to industrialize, like, these machines were top secret shit. Most of the companies that owned them, the crown or the state had a vested interest in these companies to ensure that they kept the manufacturing in country. It's practice of mercantilism.
When I came in, it was because, now you can correct me if I'm wrong, I heard that technology, the advancement of technology, reduced the need for slaves. Am I right? That's what I heard, or something like that. I'm paraphrasing.
So, not entirely. And it's more the case that technology allowed for an expansion on understanding of A, new problems, and B, new solutions to new problems and old problems. And technology comes along and creates sort of an expansion in the human consciousness that allows us to fundamentally construct societies in different ways and integrate different societal and cultural norms. So what I think was happening before the advent of the steam engine and the internal combustion engine is people are going, we need certain things for a really cool society, and we can't seem to get it done with the traditional means, but with slaves, we can't seem to get done with paying people, but with slaves, we can get a lot of the shit done. And I think people, while they intrinsically knew that maybe slave owning was wrong, they still liked the benefits of slave production could provide. When the steam engine came along, not only did much of what slaves did, but it far cheaper, because just owning slaves, if you treat a slave like a machine, it's got inputs and it's got outputs. Far easier to use steam power. The inputs are far cheaper than feeding and housing slaves. And without the advent of this technology, I think society would still be rationally justifying slavery because of the benefits of free production.
But would your argument be the automation of most jobs? I think most entrepreneurs, including Musk, makes this argument that sooner or later, most jobs in which men can do can be replaced by machines for way more, for efficiency and both also for cost. So we're going to reach a point. I mean, he calls this. It's analogous to the idea of singularity, in which most jobs people can do, machines can do better. So would you then make the argument for how do we go insofar as solving the existential crisis for most people not having to work? Say we reach a point in society in which, like social democrats will say, we have universal basic income, and society is at a point in which men labors pretty much no longer needed.
So it's only a problem if you're at 99.8% automation. And for the most part, we are somewhere around 70 to 90% automation. Most jobs, the final piece that the human's involved in is pressing buttons on a computer screen or on a machine, and then like the rest of the production is automated through machinery. So I think that the final step, which is obviously super AI, that would eliminate the need for human labor entirely in the production chain. It's that final that replaces that human pressing buttons, and people say, oh no, it's an existential crisis. And yeah, if you're at 70, 80% automation, it is an existential crisis because shit still costs something, right? But why do things cost something? Things cost something fundamentally because someone somewhere in the production chain has had to be remunerated for their useful time, labor, investments into that, making their product or service useful to you, right? So the more machines are involved in this, the cheaper it becomes. When cars first came out, they were entirely man-made. So, I mean, let's say all the parts were made by men using tools. There was no automation or machine involved. And as a result, they were massively expensive. When Henry Ford came along and managed to automate massive parts of that production chain, the price of cars became super cheap. And suddenly your average low to middle class person can afford a car because of mass production. So the question isn't how do we deal with the existential crisis? The question is, how long do we have to deal with it? Because like I said, it's only a problem if you're at anything but 100% automation. And once we reach super AI, we get to 100% automation. People go, oh, but then the machines replace everyone. And I go, yeah. And they're like, well, no, that's a crisis because people need money. I'm like, okay, why do people need money? Oh, we need money to buy shit. I'm like, yeah, why does stuff cost shit? Because someone needs to be remunerated for that labor time. Okay, but hold on. There's no one that needs to be remunerated for the labor time anymore. like money, when we get down to the strictest definition of it, is how we abstract out and store useful labor time over time. It's a marvelous invention. It allows us to concentrate human labor time, aka wealth, and then use that wealth and direct it towards projects that require a huge amount of human labor time investment to achieve, like a massive skyscraper or a Boeing 747 as an example. Without this technology, I'm not so sure that those things would be achievable. That's besides the point. We only need it because people need to get paid because they need to buy stuff, and they need to buy stuff because someone needs to be paid to produce that stuff. If you have machines producing all that stuff, then there really is no need for anything to cost anything. And then maybe we can, I don't know, spend our lives partying away.
Yeah, I don't think you can make that jump from things not needing to cost anything. You still need a price signal to efficiently allocate resources when they're not 100% available, right? You need to. It still takes energy to run machines, and it still takes, energy is not in infinite supply, just like food is not an infinite supply for people.
I'm a well-known capitalist, right? And
right. But there's going to be energy scarcity if you let everyone have everything they want for free, even if machines make the machines that make the thing for them.
Only on a capitalist mindset. So while capitalism is a fantastic means of production and distribution, it is horribly inefficient. It's efficient within a single business and the distribution of resources within that business. But the distribution of resources within an industry and the correct appropriation of resources for the right industry, that's all down to negotiation between humans. And that's a fundamentally flawed process. And there's a lot of wastage created because of uncertainty. Like a lot of supermarkets have huge food wastage. We produce enough food for the entire world. The only reason people still starve today is a lot of that food goes off before it gets into the right place where it needs to go. That the distribution networks we have now, predicated on money and individuated responsibility, are fundamentally a scarcity problem, and a scarcity because of the means of production. Once you move to a resource-based economy, we do have enough for the entire world. These calculations have been done.
I mean, 20th century philosophers and like dictators such as Stalin, in a sense, they were trying to have capitalism without capitalism by establishing communism. It's a common point in which Slavoj Žižek uses all the time. It's you have to like capitalism is a worst system out there except for every other system. I think Churchill, or a former U.S. president, said that. I mean, that being said, I'm talking more in the post humanitarian term. Like, say a general artificial intelligence was invented. Like, once you have a AI that recognizes itself, then like the argument is it upgrades itself indefinitely. And insofar as I think Dr. Doolittle talked about resource allocation, say everyone, I mean, energy is not infinite. Yeah, I mean, the primary source of energy is from the sun. I mean, everything sort of comes from the sun. The sun gives the plants photosynthesis, and then animals eat the plants, and fossil fuels came from the fossils from those animals, and et cetera, et cetera. But everything does come from the sun, and you can argue that, well, the sun is not infinite. Well, nothing is infinite. Even the universe has a lifespan. That's not the argument at hand, I think. Given the invention of an AI and, say, most people's basic economic prosperity has been taken care of, what to do after that? Because like philosophers like Dostoevsky would say, if you give a man economic prosperity such that he will have nothing to eat, nothing to do but busy himself with eating cake and the continuation of the human species, do you think that man will therefore become, say, peaceful or productive? And his idea was that human beings are innately creatively destructive, so we will do something just to prove that we can do it, even if you're living a life of wealth. So
yeah, I don't know why this particularly scares people, that suddenly more human beings will have tremendous disposable time, because with the advent of every technology that's given us more disposable time. So, I mean, a certain amount of useful labor time in our daily lives needs to be distributed correctly to the sustenance of our life. So, cooking food, like ensuring we have shelter, etc., and so on. The rest of it, when we have the luxury of it, called disposable time. And in that disposable time, we generally do, as you say, we do shit because we can. And most of the cool shit, the cool technology, the cool stuff that we do comes out of that dispensing with that luxury disposable time. So as we've automated to like 70, 80%, people have had more disposable time and they've had to come up with new ways of spending their time. And we've seen an explosion since the age of capitalism of various ways to engage in that escapism. And it just seems that instead of the world like coming to a catastrophic grinding halt, I think suddenly people would be freed up to do whatever they like, and you get an explosion of currently unthought of ways to spend your disposable time.
I mean, the fear is we're moving towards a hedonistic society, like take in the U.S. Unlike most other countries, the college culture, hookup culture, and the amount of spare time in which teenagers have, we have pretty much unlimited entertainments. As a country, we're pretty wealthy despite all its flaws. But then, like, if we're moving towards that direction in a planetary scale, and humans just do nothing but to please their basic instinctual pleasures, then I'm not too sure if that's how do we correct the course of the future of the path?
So for sure, to some, hedonism results in drug use and the whole drug, sex, rock and roll thing. But to others, people like Elon Musk, what excites them is the betterment of the species, creating an opportunity that, I think Elon phrases specifically as the reason he does what he does is to have a reason to wake up in the morning. Because to him, if his only reason to wake up is to go to work, make money, go on holidays, and eat good food, that'll bore him to death. He specifically seeks to find a way to Mars because the prospect of humanity living on Mars excites him so much that he wants to dedicate his life to it. It gives him that much pleasure. So, yeah, you're going to get hierarchies forming. You're going to get people that will use their spare time purely for hedonistic pleasure, and they will have largely no impact on society. Because the people that choose that route generally tend to only be a cost to society when resources are scarce. So moving scarcity does solve that problem. And it just allows for the people that want to be the Elon Musks to go be the Elon Musks. I'm not quite sure where I see the issue.
But there are almost very, Elon is an exception. Even people who are, most people find their meaning in life in, say, responsibilities or ambitions, duties, right? And most people find their responsibilities in either having a family, but mostly even in highly career-driven individuals, like, say, having a family or having their job. So,
well, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
What if you have a family and you can devote all your time to having good conversations and stuff with your children, mm-hmm. versus having to go to work, or you can teach them your passions and stuff. I mean, what if people decide to do that with their time?
Oh, you're
given. That sounds nice. I don't deny that. I was just curious though, if all of these corporate companies are using AI, whether it's building cars or whatever, the question is, what is the motivation for them to keep using AI to produce these services? Because in the old sense, it was because they were receiving a profit from the customers and they would use the money to fund the AI. But since that's no longer going to exist, what's going to be the motivation to maintain the AI? Where's is there going to be a complete change in the way people think, where they will no longer care for acquisition of money and
Maybe there's no need for motivation any longer because the machines will do it. They don't have to be motivated to do it. They just do it.
Yeah, 100% automation. Not 99.9%, 100%. There's no like human needed in the maintenance of the robots. And if we get to super AI, that will very certainly be the case. So there will be no need to go do something in exchange for money to go pay for something. You'd be free to explore. And more importantly, like, and if we have a resource-based economy is certainly the best way to manage our systems. The fundamental problem is if you have a human in that decision-making hierarchy of how those resources are distributed, it tends to go sideways a bit. But if you have super AI doing it, then it can be done efficiently, and everyone can get their fair share, as it were.
I'm not too sure about that because, say, the AI's perception of human happiness and human fulfillment is the serotonin level or the dopamine level. So let's say that a super AI won't just capture all the humans and then put all of us in comas and inject us with a right dosage of chemicals every day based on your bodily mass.
I can't honestly tell you, but I suspect that in the same fashion, once we become intelligent enough to not abuse animals, a super AI will be so intelligent it won't have a need for abuse, because abuse does seem to be also related to scarcity. And, you know, a lot of people say, oh, the super AI is going to be invented and realize that humanity is a cancer on Earth and it's destroying the Earth, and it's going to like wipe out humanity to save the Earth. That's such a presupposition to say that, you know, the AI is going to randomly decide that the life of the Earth, which you're not really just killing, you're changing the environment. The life of the Earth is somehow more important than the life of humanity. The life of a fucking donkey is somehow more important than the life of a human. It's a naturalistic fallacy, and I'm not so sure that it fits. The best I can like look at it is get comfortable with it, because AI is coming. Yes, there's a conversation we had whether it's the next 10 years or the next 100 years, but it's certainly coming. And I think it's very much a case of we're going to have to hope for the best, because I don't think anything one person can do or one group of people can do will stop the advent of super AI.
I mean, that's for sure. It's kind of like a fatalistic thing that sooner or later it's going to come. And I think Musk's attitude insofar as this is, if you can't beat it, you should join it. And I mean, he's hoping, he's fighting on the forefront of that line, as far as I can tell. With the Neuralink, I saw the recent footages of how like a monkey with a chip in his brain can pretty much control the settings in a video game without having keyboards or mouse, that sort of thing. So it's moving quite fast.
It's exciting. Like he claimed on the Joe Rogan podcast, I think in 2020, I think it was sort of April, that within a year or two he planned to put the first Neuralink into a human being, and within 10 years he hopes to have the first like the final iteration of what he wants. It's quite exciting to think in our lifetimes. Have you guys seen Altered Carbon?
It's a pretty solid show. I'm gonna be super passive in this conversation because I'm actually doing a couple other things. But yeah, no, it's absolutely excellent show.
So Altered Carbon is talking about this, like it's really very much like the advanced version of the Neuralink Elon Musk. And I find it quite interesting. And I think it really makes a case for technological determinism, because whenever we look at sci-fi dystopian universes, what they're doing is they're taking one technology and showing how, if that technology exists in society, how society would morph and change. And I think Altered Carbon is quite a good take on a dystopian future society where our consciousnesses were stored on chips.
Hey, real quick, Wise Ape. It sounds like there's a good amount of background noise that's kind of leaking in. Yeah, thank you. Perfect. Yeah, deniability, like you were saying, altered carbon has this concept of stacks, they call it, and it's implanted at the base of your neck very, very early in your life, and it just kind of collects and catalogs your consciousness. Then that stack can be put into what's called a quote-unquote sleeve, which is just another body at will, which if you're wealthy enough, you can design a genetically perfect body or a synthetic body or anything else like that. So that's kind of the concept as a whole if you haven't seen the show.
Definitely recommend going to see the show. I think it's when I was watching, I was like, I hope not, but probably.
Yeah, it'd be interesting, and I don't know how exactly they'd be able to eventually just encapsulate consciousness as a whole into a chip. But if they could, man, it'd be wild. First season's better than the second season. Second gets a little bit too high-minded science fiction, but first one's very, very cyberpunk, Blade Runner-esque.
Yeah, I must say I did enjoy the first season more. But yeah, not to ruin it for anyone that hasn't seen it. Just definitely go watch Altered Carbon if you haven't seen it. But yeah, but welcome, Chad. Any thoughts for you on technological determinism? Have you come across it before?
So yeah, I've had a couple just very, very brief conversations about it, but it was more just very early theorizing. If it correct me if I'm wrong, it actually didn't necessarily originate, but was Marx was a proponent of it as well, right? He kind of was one of the first people to theorize on technological determinism.
So some people say that he was, but I think there are more worthwhile technological determinists out there that make a closer direct link.
Cool.
I mean, if you're envisioning legal systems, which is a part of technological determinism, yeah, to a degree, but I think Marx is still very much on the ideological side. Whereas if I'm to understand technological determinism right, it's basically saying all our ideologies are just symptoms of the underlying cause. The underlying cause is technological determinism. Technologies come about and they fundamentally change the way we perceive reality and the objective world around us, and they change the way we iterate society. And we might come up with rationalizations such as, oh, we got rid of slavery because slavery is immoral, or we did this, we did X because of Y. But really, it's the advent of the technology that allowed you to consider the future that was then later constructed through other motivations that appear more rational to the brain. But really, it's technology driving it.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Okay. I'm familiar with the concept.
Disagree with you. I'll always disagree with you on that part.
Which part?
The part that technology was so good that it was responsible for certain things disappearing or going away, like slavery. I don't believe technology was solely responsible for that.
Yeah. It's as far as I understand it, technological determinism is very similar to the concept of intersectionality, which, and when I say that, I mean it's a lens with which to do it.
No, go on. I was taking something different, but I see you going in a different route thinking this.
Yeah, it's a lens with which to view the world. It can provide interesting thoughts and interesting perspectives, but isn't necessarily like a one-take pill to solve and explain away all the problems or issues or concepts.
So, but another way, I like to apply Occam's razor when you're analyzing historical events, and that is to say, the theory that explains the most in the simplest fashion is most likely the correct theory. And when I look at our history through the lens of technological determinism, I cannot fault it. It seems to apply. It doesn't need modification or adjustments, no matter what the historical context you're applying it to.
Yeah, possibly. I haven't researched into it enough to really like get through the depths of. Well, I'm not familiar enough with it, but it sounds neat. I'm a huge fan of a lot of the. I guess I forgot what specific author. Someone said the science fiction writers basically decide the future, and technological determinism sounds very similar.
Yeah. So I mean, even ancient examples. There's the invention of the recurve bow by the Mongols, which allowed them to like build the greatest land empire mankind has ever known, on the back of horses. So that particular skill development and technological development gave them the Mongols a massive edge. The Romans, I mean, their technological advancement that bolstered their empire were truly tremendous. Things like sewer systems, advances in hygiene and medicine, roads, the sort of formal military structure, the structure of the phalanx. So that was a borrowing from the Greeks. But still, these technologies allowed. See, the way I see it with technological determinism is you've got this brain, and it's interacting with the reality around it. And if the only technology you have is fire, you go, okay, what can I do with fire? Oh, I can burn shit with fire. So let's put food on it, and suddenly, cool, now we can cook food. We're increasing nutrition. We can create light with fire, and that allows us to see in the dark. Maybe we can go hunting in the dark now. We can explore caves. We can protect ourselves from animals. So we've noticed this fire scares animals, So the advent of fire allows us to still take our human brain, but there's this new technology, and now we think of all these cool things we can do with it, and it expands our consciousness and ability. And I mean, Dr. Bombay, I know you want to disagree with me on the slave thing, but as much as I'd agree with the rationale you used that it was a war of morality and men were motivated to end the cause of slavery, you still have yet to explain to me, when you analyze the American Civil War and other slave revolts in history, what is the unique factor that sort of ended slavery with the American Civil War? Because when I do that sort of weighing, I see the advent of the steam engine. I see the invention of democracy and individuated rights. I see these core technologies allowing for an expansion of the human mind to say, you know what? I can now see a society absent slaves, and it's a lot better than the society with slaves.
Deniability.
How does that work for Haiti?
I'd just add to what you're saying. Like with the technology being the booster to being able to do stuff, don't forget that it has to be like our desire then to do what we'd consider good with the technology. Like, use the fire example. Like, cool, I'll cook some food with it, and that'll benefit me and others. So there's like the technology's driving our desires to be better.
Deniability.
What's
Hello?
up, Nivik? How you doing, man?
Yeah, you just broke up. What did you just ask Dr. Bombay about slavery? Sorry.
If he disagrees with my analysis that it's technologies and the advent of specific technologies that was the reason this last slave revolt stuck and we abolished slavery, if he doesn't buy that, then he needs to tell me what his alternative theory is on why this specific slave revolt turned the tide. Because we've had slave revolts for the last 6,000 years in recorded human history.
Okay.
It's not a new thing. It's not a new thing that men fight other men over the right to end slavery. It's happened multiple times across multiple empires.
Okay.
The question ought to be asked, why did this final one stick? And when I look at the situation, I see technology as the obvious answer.
What was the ideology behind it, though? What was the ideology that was there? People go by people's software. Their brain software goes by ideology.
Well, this is where Wise Ape comes in, right? And what he just said on the considerations of the drive. I think we have a fundamental drive to propagate the species in the best way we know how with the tools we currently have available. And all
The
technology.
ideology of the time was about going against a hierarchy system of inequality, of monarchism.
Nivik,
Yeah.
just take a second to say hi to your fans on YouTube.
Oh,
Thank you, deniability.
Oh man,
it was
Hold on,
a
I gotta pull up the stream.
ideological
He didn't do it.
battle of all men are created equal. That was driving, that was pushed. That's why people were rooting for
No, I think that
rooting for America and
ideology.
rooting against slavery. It wasn't just the slaves were just so strong and they just they just revolted and things just happened. There was a movement during that time, and it was the Enlightenment movement, and it was against the old past of medievalism, of monarchism, religious oppression.
That is built on the foundation of our existent drives. Whatever ideology.
Trust me, America could have failed if it had no fucking backing. It could have
Can
easily
I
failed.
jump in here for a second and give you something to think about for a second, Nivik? Just because I kind of feel like I'm going to take a middle ground here, because technological determinism, again, think of it as a tool with which you analyze a situation or a historical happenstance, right? Like I said, I will equate it to intersectionality. If you look at the inciting factors in whatever historical event you're trying to analyze, looking at it through a lens of technological determinism makes sense, and it provides a very good, I guess.
Tech is a tool, man. It depends whatever you do with it.
No, that's specifically what I'm saying.
You could do evil or you could do good.
A tool provides
it goes with
greater
the ideology
options
and
a far broader range of.
I got you. I understand you already, but it falls back to the ideology part of what was driving things.
Well, you're running into a
people can use
that's
ideological.
specifically
People can
just
use technological.
basically like which came first, the chicken or the egg.
People can use ideology. With technology, can use technology. No. People can use technology ideologically in one way or the other.
I know that's specifically what I said. So
no, that's not what you're saying. You're talking about determinism.
Technological determinism is a lens through which you can analyze history.
But you weren't specific. You were saying like, okay,
that is very specific, Nivik.
Okay, you said.
I agree with you, bud.
You were no. You were you're agreeing with me, but you weren't more specific. You were just saying, okay, it depends on outcome. But I'm like, well, I'm more about the ideology that was behind this certain outcome, because you can have. You can have there are two ideologies that were behind that outcome. There was one where it was more about pro-humanism, and there was one where it was more about a hierarchy kind of ideological mindset. And you can use tech in one way of enslaving people, killing people, butchering people, or you can use it one way about being more beneficial. And that's not true what you say that there is no overthrow inequality revolts, because feudal serfdom was overturned with revolts. And the feudal serfdom, slavery, feudal serfdom passed over into slavery, because after that revolt, you needed something else, because it was a hierarchy mindset, the hierarchy mindset of inequality that was within serfs and pro bloodline elites. It transferred over into race.
No. Like serfdom didn't evolve into slavery.
Yeah.
No.
Well, it was before it, right?
No, it might have been before in different places, but like there's different types of slavery. There's there's feudal serfdom, there's indentured labor, there's chattel slavery. That's sort of the American ownership of a person kind, which sounds a little different from indentured labor, but it is substantially different. Like you can't send indentured labor to their death, as an example.
I was talking about a lot of the same type of ideology of inequality that used serfs as labor.
Nivik, you gotta chill for a second. Hold on.
Slaves were used as labor too.
You're missing the point, though.
No, he is missing the point.
Wait, Nivik, hold on, Nivik. I'm going to give you 2 minutes after I unmute you, and in these 2 minutes, you have to take everything you've just mentioned about ideology and secular humanism being more of a motivation, and compare and contrast that with the technological determinist position, and explain why it is wrong, since you seem to disagree with it. You have 2 minutes. Go.
Okay. Wait, sorry, you broke up. Say that again.
You have 2 minutes to bring back everything you just talked about vis-a-vis ideology and make it relevant to technological determinism. So either you are in support of technological determinism or you disagree
You're
with
breaking up. You're
technological
breaking up,
determinism.
sir.
That is better.
Anyway,
Wait,
is
I
that,
can I can reiterate your point, Vivek. If you can
Please.
explain why ideology and morality plays a bigger role in transforming societies than technologies, just like explain why ideology
I'm
is.
saying tech is just a tool, and you need if you can use that you can use ideology with you can use tech with ideology different ways depending on the ideology. So if the ideology says to do this, you're going to use tech in a way that more aligns with the ideology.
So like if you have a gun, you can do both good and bad with it. That would
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's why people are saying, "Well, no, good will come from tech." No, it depends what you do with it. People can use tech like people use tech right now for disinformation. People use tech in a way that can be good, and they can use it in a way that is bad. So
But
to
I
just
think
determine that good is going to come from tech is silly.
Right. I mean, human nature is both good and bad.
Did that make any sense?
Right. No, that does.
Okay. Thank you. I thought you were gonna. I didn't want to get muted.
No, of course not.
I would consider ideology tech. Like if you think about it, ideology is a sort of technology. Either it's written down or myths are created, but it comes from a deeper drive in our species. So once you put pen to paper, that is a form of technology. It's
Where do you think the Industrial Revolution came from?
Before we go too far down, I asked you that question
Well, if you want to understand things, you have to do that. You have to understand causality. You have to do that.
Nivek, before we
Things don't come out of nowhere magically.
Yeah, I want to talk to you about what you just specifically said there. So, when it comes to technology, I see where you're going wrong. The technological determinism isn't stating that technology moves society for the better or for the worse for that matter. It simply states that technology is the primary driver in how we construct our societies and how we create our social and cultural norms.
I understand all that. But I'm saying that there is an ideological drive that makes things come from, someplace. It doesn't come from nowhere. I'll tell you what it is. It was a Renaissance, and it was scientific revolution, and it was the Enlightenment stage, and that's the exact order where industrialism came from. And a lot of that was about reason, fact and logical reasoning based off of objectivity versus subjectivity, where everything was just mythology and demons and ghosts and witches in thinking things. And when you're more factual and logical in reasoning, that's where creations and innovations come about.
So it's not so much the reasoning aspect. We always had the reasoning aspect. It was the advent of the scientific method, the double-blind studies, the measurement of the objective world around us. This all comes from the advent of technology. So I hear what you're saying.
I'm telling you where technology.
Nivek, hold on. Let me ask you a question, and let's see where we can go from here. So, are you saying that ideology is the core issue that then informs the creation of technology?
Yes, and that ideology was about liberal humanism and seeing value.
Before we start adding labels and before we start saying things that we can't get into yet, I just wanted an answer to that question. So
yes.
The answer to that question was yes. So looking at a historical event, which you can literally do with any historical event, technological determinism quite literally just states that technology that was created or developed or researched in that time then opens up a myriad of possibilities and a myriad of, situational or new situations that then have a heavy, heavy impact on how we build our society and where our society goes forward. So we didn't get
Yes,
to,
yes, it could
yeah,
modernize. It will modernize society and doing a good thing, but it can also do bad things like enslaving people.
this is an
You
amoral
can
concept.
use things.
Yes.
You can use things both ways. Is all I'm saying. You
Well,
can use
can
it.
I
You can
add-
you can do a good thing with a stick, and you can do a bad thing with a stick.
We get it, bud.
I just want to say something about what you guys are talking about. Like you could have a vision to go across the ocean, you know, and that could be your dream. But the species doesn't go across the ocean until someone builds a boat. Once the technology is there, then whatever ideologies they had for centuries, for millennia, can move forward. But you don't get any progress or you don't get any real change without the technology, without
Yeah,
the
but
product.
you need somebody in mind to build that boat. And if you
Exactly.
are
Yeah.
are like anti, people reading and they're just being slaves, as serfs, and you don't see value in people, that they're just worthless and they're just to plow a field, instead of promoting that type of ideology of investing in people by seeing potential in them, you're not gonna see those type of changes. And people revolted against serfdom, and when they got that off their neck, that's when you saw creativity, innovations, and development of businesses that would drive that thing. You're just pointing out the thing, but you're not pointing out the origin of the thing.
So Nivek, the reason I think it's important is maybe approach it from this perspective, right? Slave labor obviously has some sort of use to society. That's why we had it. And the advent of the new technology replaced and superseded that use to the point where the use of slave labor became largely inefficient. And someone was bringing up earlier, and this is sort of more support to the theory.
You brought up the boat.
Hold on, Nivek, hold on. We still have slavery today. We still have sex slaves. We still have farm slaves. And what's interesting for me is there's technologies that I point to that have replaced the need for slave labor. They are not present in the sex industry. We don't have any sex robots. They're not present in the farming industry in the sense of picking fruit specifically.
I would just say real quickly.
You're speaking against your point if you say slavery is still around. I thought your point was that it got rid of slavery.
No, it transforms society regardless of their ideology. That's what that meant.
Just call the technology the glue that makes your ideology stick. So without that glue, you can't move forward. Like it doesn't stick to the wall. So let's say a lot of people tried to get rid of slavery before it was actually gotten rid of. What made it stick this time is the technology, not people's wishful thinking.
To put it in simple words,
What I like about
people have always been good and bad, right? People have always been good and evil. That's not the point.
So.
Right. Right. That's not the point. The point is technology helps. Like your argument is technology helps people to manifest. Whether you're good, whether you're evil, a gun helps you to kill more people or to save more people. It doesn't matter. The point is, say something like the tampons or the pills that was invented in the 1960s. They emancipated women so that women don't have to bleed every month uncontrollably. The golden rice. Now we have more food for everyone, regardless of the intention. The car, the combustion engine, like deniability mentioned, it transformed transportation all together, regardless of the intention. I mean, the intentions for both good and bad or good and evil, as you pointed out, is always there. That's not the point. The point is technology transforms society regardless of the ideology behind the creation of the technology or behind the usage of the technology.
Yes,
I like what Nivek brought up, which I thought was very important, because what he brought up was the fact that the ideology, the human mind, first leads to the technology. And then what he made us address was the fact that there was this automatic belief that technology is fundamentally good for society. He pointed out that it can be used for good and bad. Yes, it does create changes, but we can't fall into the trap of looking at it as this benevolent thing, which is for the most part going to make society great and better. It's a lot more complicated. I think we have to be careful of not oversimplifying or becoming reductionist in the way we look at technology changing the world.
Well, simplify it
and the origins that created technology was the promotion of was a promotion of people in reasoning, in their worldview of thinking. It was about because people people never believed in the word fact. It was like, no, this is this and that is that, and it could change through interpretation. But with Enlightenment thinking, it was because they thought through authority, and that authority was more religious, where this is this and that is that, and fact is trumped authority because you can't argue with fact. And
Nivek,
people started thinking through fact and logical reasoning, where that ended up having a scientific revolution and
Nivek, my guy, you're making a lot of wide historical claims, and we can boil it down to, again, the chicken and egg problem. Alexander, thanks for coming here in the chat. Yes. The very end of the day, what you're trying to argue, Nivek, is whether technological determinism is valid because ideology informs history as much as technology and blah blah blah. But anyway,
No, I was saying where it came from. Where did technology? Where did it come from?
It could come from ideas, but it does.
No, but you had to promote a certain view of thinking in order for that to come about.
Think about Edison thinking about the light bulb. He had a thought, and every failure didn't turn the lights on in our house. But as soon as it was actionable and achieved technological, that's when the real change comes about. So yes, your ideas and thoughts, they ignite the engine. But until that engine actually is discovered and ignited, there will be no change. There will be no movement.
But then this goes into what deniability said before Nivek turned up, because somebody asked deniability, with all this AI, what's going to happen to people? And then deniability said, why is it that people think that because people will have so much time on their hands doing nothing, that would be automatically bad for society? I think that's something which needs to be addressed. If this technological determinism is pushing AI to an extent where human beings will become surplus to requirement, is that a good or a bad thing?
Well, when we had the technology to get rid of slavery, where we didn't need the slavery, why didn't we use that technology to double down on slavery, to make sure that the slaves couldn't, escape?
Because people ideologically didn't agree with slavery.
Right. So that is my answer to having more free time. But, on the other hand, are we enslaving society? Maybe we didn't do so right away with slavery, but in a way, like being tracked and
you're misunderstanding slavery. That ideology of inequality passed before slavery. It was within European history for centuries, and that was the battle. It was being fought in slaves, but it was about that ideological viewpoint that America. People were rooting for America because they were finally overcoming that thing that was around for centuries, of that type of pro inequality monarchy view of supremacy.
Nivek, my guy, you gotta stop.
Hold on, Nivek. I just muted you for a second there. You're gonna listen to this carefully here, because the thing you don't seem to be addressing is the ideologies you talk about have always been there. We have a long recorded history of people expressing a violent desire to end and abolish slavery. When I look at why it's stuck, the only thing that pops out is this technology. And it's not just simply a technology. It is a more efficient technology, right? That is to say that if you wanted to do something that took 1,000 slaves per month, right, versus maybe 2 steam engines, the coal input to boil the water, to create the steam, to run those steam engines is cheaper then the amount of food and shelter, amount of money you'd have to spend on food and shelter, keeping those 1,000 slave laborers there doing their job. So it's not just a technology shift; it was better across the board. It literally obsoleted slave labor. That's why I think it's stuck, and I find it hard to argue against that because, and I'm not quite sure I'm understanding where you're bringing ideology, because everything I just told you is ideology independent. There are facts about reality. It's got nothing to do with ideology, and I gave you 2 minutes to bring it back around to ideology. And I'm determining that you bring ideology and make it relevant to technological determinism. I think you're failing and tripping up. So, and we've had a couple people join since you've had a go there. Welcome, Zombie, and welcome, Toil Pro.
Oh.
I'd like to hear from you guys on technological determinism. Have you come across it before? Are you in support of? Do you disagree with it?
Can I just give you one idea I just had? Let's say I had the desire to talk to someone across the world, all right? And many people share that desire. What would it be like to talk to someone on the other side of the world? Well, without the technology, it would still be a thought in my head, but here we are on the Discord. Only because of the technology am I talking to someone on the other side of the world.
And it's great.
I don't think anybody disputes that. But the part Nivek said was that before that technology came about, somebody had to think about it. Fine, we agree to that. The technology came, it then put in the action, made it possible. Cool. But what is the future? What is the conclusion for that? Is it the case of technology is fundamentally good? Or are there problems?
He's not understanding me. I'm saying that people they have people based off ideology. They will go along their ideological view of hierarchy more, trumping that.
It's.
Can I lead this for a second as well to ask a couple questions?
Yeah.
All right. So Nivek, are you familiar with the concept of intersectionality?
No.
Okay, so intersectionality has a bad rap because a lot of times it's used as like the quote unquote SJW's worldview. It's I guess it's a framework to think about how different social and what would you call it, social, sexual, political identities combine to create this this interaction with the world. It's a lens with which to view any sort of phenomenon. So again, like if I look at, hey, my position in society through an intersectionality or through the lens of intersectionality, I can see that I am quote unquote privileged, right? That's the concept. Right? Have you heard of this at all ever?
Okay.
Okay. So technological determinism, in the way that I understand it right now, is another lens through which to view the world. Now, I've said that a couple times, right? So it is a good way to hypothesize to what can come from the future, and it's a good way to give credit to technological advances that have fundamentally changed the way that we have structured society, right? So without the printing press, we wouldn't have been able to spread information nearly as quickly as we were. Well, then that led us to start specializing in media studies, and now we have people who are journalists, and it led to a whole new social structure based on that development of technology. Now, again, like you said, that's amoral. It has nothing to do with whether or not that's good or bad. And in the case of like journalism, it does eventually start to intersect with morality, and you can describe, I mean, whether or not muckrakers are good or anything else like that, but it's still kind of beside the point when you're looking at the world through a technological determinist view. Does that
I was
make
just
any
saying,
sense?
I got you. People have a decision of technological advancement over their ideology of hierarchy. They will go against the advancement.
All right. Yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying. Anyway, Kevin actually in the chat here wanted to bring up Peterson and Sam Harris as well to kind of. I'll let him take it. He'll
Right. The only point in which I'm arguing is there's a realm of facts and a realm of values, right? So there's this common idea that before the Enlightenment, before the scientific revolution, that people were primitive and people were evil, and then right after the Enlightenment, suddenly human beings are good. It's like that's such a flawed concept. Anyone with any sense can see through the flaws of it. And the argument at hand is not in the realm of values. It's like, yes, people are good and evil. No one is disputing that. No one is disputing it. Yes, people can do both good and bad with technology. We're talking about the nature and the effects of technology independent of people's belief or values. And I think Nevik's point is like, well, you cannot dissociate technology with values because it's the effects of technologies depends largely on how people use it. Am I getting that right, Nevek? Yeah. Okay, right. But then I think deniability and Hanging Chat's point is they're true to a certain extent. If you have a knife and you use it to cook or you stab someone in the back with it, two different outcomes. But the invention of the combustion engine and the boat and the neural link, right? There are some effects that are so tremendous and fundamental that regardless of the supposed intention of the inventor or the beneficiaries of the technologies, there will be changes that are permanent to both the social structure and the cultural values of a society, regardless of intentions. That's the point of technological determinism, as I see it.
You nailed it.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah.
But the part that was mentioned earlier with AI, when we were told that it would, or super AI or advanced AI, this discussion that people will no longer be needed. Will the AI be amoral? If it's got that much intelligence, will it be amoral?
I mean, we can discuss on the morality of the issue, but regardless of whether or not it's moral,
we know technology determines things. We're talking about what's behind it. You know what I mean? The ideology behind it.
I mean, general AI or super AI, it's inevitable. So it doesn't matter what the intention is behind it. It's going to come about sooner or later. Now, whether or not that's moral, it's like, well, it's life and death moral. It's going to happen.
The argument is about good coming from it. Is what the argument is about. Is about
that's
all
not
things.
That's not the argument about. So
No,
as of right now, we're
Nivek.
speaking specifically about AI. In this case, that is something that we can, through the lens of technological determinism, state what may happen and what is likely to happen. In this case, it is very likely that will lead to the automation of pretty much, the means of production and make people and make the human worker obsolete. Now, that is amoral. We will get to the morality there once we actually start, putting rubber on the road and making sure that things get implemented effectively. And we can get into that sort of political and moral debate later. But technological determinism is, I think, a good way to hypothesize about what is rather than what we ought to do.
The argument was industrialism stopped slavery without the specific of the ideology that was behind it.
Technological determinism is a reductionist view, so
we understand determinism already, but I'm just saying how with the ideology.
Do you know what a reductionist view is?
No, I'm saying how with the ideology. We know technology determines things, but it depends how it's going to determine things based on the ideology. And he was saying good came from slavery going away by industrialism without being specific on what was the ideology that was behind it.
You guys hear that? Can you hear it?
And Hanging
Chat real bad, man.
It's the sound of the deniability hammer slamming down on this conversation. I've come to the decision that the current drone surfing of ideology versus technological determinism has come to an abrupt and very sudden and ultimately fortunate end.
They're not separate.
I'd like to hear from Zombie Killer Chick on technological determinism. We're passing the mic around.
Well, I'm just here listening. I use AI on a daily basis, and part of what I do is being attacked and regulated on in my local jurisdiction. They forbid all let's just say I'm not talking about like robotics, etc. I'm talking about things like facial or image recognition, word spotting, voice biometrics, things like that. So in like the intelligence realm, those things are being slowed down quite a bit. So the technology has, continued, but based on like local jurisdictions who think that people are infringing on people's civil liberties, they're trying to slow down some of that use of technology. So I just think it's interesting where we'll go with this. I think there will be technology out there that is underutilized because people are afraid of it and how it's going to be used.
That's an important question, because presumably at some point in the future, I don't know, like 10, 20, 30, 50, 2,000 years from now, we will have sufficient technological understanding to catch all criminals successfully. But presumably, such a technology would require highly invasive and primarily rights violations of what we consider rights today. And that presents a possible divergence where Nivik can come in with his fucking ideology points, where maybe ideologically, as a human species, what we really want is the right to commit a crime. And the advancements of detective technology and the arts of forensics that could foreseeably in the future put an end to that right. I know it's a weird way to phrase it, but that seems to be what upsets most people, that like someone can spy on you and reveal your criminality. Because if you really think about it, we only really call the police in when we can't ameliorate the situation socially. Usually, I read a study that said your average citizen commits 3 felonies a year or something like that, or like a month or something, some weird number like that. But basically, like it's like jaywalking, or like the kid stole something from the store, but instead of calling the police, he called the mother, and the mother had a stern word, and like we all seem to be in agreement that we only call the police when we can't ameliorate the situation socially. So I don't know, it raises an interesting question. Should we have like perfect lie detection technology? Because obviously the way that's going to change society is you won't be able to lie to the police anymore. And while that may seem like a good thing, I'm not 100% sure it is.
Well,
Maybe
I think
that's the ideological
it's not
concept
even
we're speaking about.
police. It could be essentially you want to get a reduced rate on your car insurance, so you enable an app that tracks as you're driving how hard you brake, how fast you're going at any given time, and they tell you you have a certain number of events, so your car insurance is going to be at this discounted rate versus this exorbitant rate. There's things, or the digital footprint we leave behind, and I'm just gonna jokingly pick on Nivik, who his phone understands how often he's on a certain app or certain website, and they're sending him suggestions that say, "Oh, Nivik, between this time and this time, he's on Pornhub or something, rubbing one off." So he's gonna enjoy these suggestions. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that goes on, and that's a joke, Nivik. I have to pick on him. I don't know if he participates with those types of things, but
Of course, I jack off every now and then.
well, I know. I figured you're a good sport and you're okay with it, for me to get my point across. But there's
AI knows you do.
Yeah, and the digital footprints left behind in the event that you do break a law, and then people want to then track backwards and reinforce with evidence. Could be the Fitbit that you're wearing on your wrist, and you go out jogging, but you have it knows exactly where you're going and when you're exercising and how high your heart rate's at.
But Zombie, I think you mentioned a point before about local jurisdiction. Were you going to say that, say a technology was invented, such as like the gun, and different states in the United States have different gun jurisdictions. Like some can only have a magazine up to 10 rounds, like New York, and others, like Texas or Alabama, have less strict gun laws. Do you think that would be a topic of contention? Like different areas, different parts of the world uses the same technology differently. Therefore, cultures and areas will develop differently.
Oh yeah, totally. I mean, I actually support that 100%. I think that smaller or your own community should be able to make those choices, but it's going to make life complicated. In my local jurisdiction, they were one of the first to vote down using facial recognition. And so, that'll even slap on if you think about, Facebook and the fact that, they just kind of slid facial recognition in there early on without people really understanding what was going on.
Right. I think that goes around the point of like surveillance capitalism in a sense. Every time you walk in the city, your face is taken at least 2,000 to 3,000 times of pictures by cameras all over the place. But then, I mean, there are conformities and differences depending on the area. Like we have federal laws, and then state laws obey to federal laws, local laws obey to state laws and such. But yeah.
Well, I mean, if you look in parts of Europe, they've been using facial recognition for, I think, well longer than they have in major urban cities. Well, maybe not New York, but then here in America. And if you look at their law enforcement presence, and I'll just use the Netherlands as an example. I rarely see law enforcement people when I'm in Holland because they have so much. And I got popped one time for like 6 speeding tickets, due to all of their image and facial recognition. And I had no idea that I had even been popped for these speeding tickets till I get home and I get the bill on my credit card. I think that they've used that as a means to reduce their law enforcement because they have these other options in order to enforce those laws using technology. And so people that live there know that, like they know they're being watched when they walk down the street. Are they going to be more likely to break laws? Well, their crime rate's a lot lower than it is here in America. So, why not leverage the technology and use it in a way to avoid, crimes from happening?
I think the main reason crimes are committed is because people are worried about their belly. They're worried about their income and stuff. So if the technology can ease that and, sustain people in the ways we were talking about, it also go down.
I don't necessarily think that's always correct. Like I wouldn't put it against someone for, I guess, if they don't have enough food to feed their family by, you know, uh, getting food. But when in my community, when we've been experiencing a year's worth of riots, and a lot of individuals are stealing jewelry and luxury items like purses and high-end clothing stores that they're breaking into. Versus, I don't see rioting happening at a grocery store and a bunch of fucking apples and meat going missing. So, I don't know if it's always like.
I mean, shit, you're on the wrong side of the target.
Well, I would say they're spending their money on food, so they don't have luxuries, disposable income for that. But they're probably not even spending their money on food. They're probably getting that for free. So I don't know.
I will be careful when you make that argument. Like, say, if you're trying to, it will be a slippery hill to try to justify people rioting of stealing from
I am
jewelry
not
stores.
trying to justify anybody by rioting. I'm saying that I think that there's a lot of individuals that are presenting themselves
Mhm.
as writing for just causes, and
Right, right.
really they're using those opportunities of it to create social unrest and profit.
Like the results of Black Lives Matter protest, mostly peaceful protest with $4 billion in damage. I don't know how anyone can justify that, but say mostly.
Exactly.
Right, right. And I mean, there's a point in what you mentioned that's great here. I think it's imperative. The notion that human beings are rational and good by nature is an absurd notion. It's like it's been debunked since how long ago? I can't. Even before Aristotle, it was debunked. Before that, so people can commit acts of malevolence so evil that you can't even comprehend it, and with no particular reason at all. It's not to, like Weiss mentioned, not a lot of crimes are not committed, like rape, murder, are not committed to fill someone's belly per se. So
Yeah.
And why is it
I
that
get
with humans, we don't have a problem talking about them being bad or evil or malevolent? But when we go into this realm of technological determinism, it's like that is being pushed aside. Let's not talk about that with technology. It's like this I just get this sense that it's always like the driving force is, yeah, it's for good. It's gonna do good things. Or it's like
No,
it's a very
maybe just
reductionist. No, what I was trying to say is Hanging Chad said something 20 or maybe more than 20 minutes ago when he was talking to Nivek, and he mentioned that it is a reductionist approach, and he said that. And my critique of it is that it is a reductionist approach to the complexities of society.
Oh yeah, no,
So,
I
so
agree.
the way you deal with the way you deal with the reductionist approach is by applying Occam's razor, and when you're applying Occam's razor to analytical theories about history, you're asking yourself, does it satisfactorily explain the occurrence of historical events and the possible causal relation? But not only that, does it do it in the simplest way possible? So the highest sort of order we have in academic circles is actually a theoretical one. It's when we can take the massive scale of the universe and reduce it down to otherwise comparatively simple theories. This is what we're doing with all our mathematics around the physics of the known universe, all our maths around how gases work and all that. They're reductionist theories. It is the gold standard in academic considerations, as it were.
I think that
People could
might be a
potentially go
little bit
against that, though.
more grandiose than what a reductionist theory is usually used as. But I mean, as a general rule, I agree with you. But it really depends on the granularity at which you are analyzing whatever event or series of events we're talking about, because you really can't divorce the the ideology or the sociological aspects that inform technology, but you really can't separate the technology itself from informing those ideologies. So like I said at the very beginning, it's just a chicken before the egg thing. And yeah, overall, to end it, I think technological determinism is a good lens through which to view history. However, like I said, depending on how granular you want to get, it might not explain thoroughly enough. But overall, it's really hard to go against, because it says a lot of interesting and well thought out things. But on that note, guys, pleasure talking to you guys. I'm heading out.
Wait, I have one more point for you.
Yo, what's up?
Yeah, you mentioned intersectionality, and I'm actually quite familiar with it because I criticize it a lot in my university class, and I get attacked because I'm the only person that's right of center in a 25 people Zoom meeting, and it's hard to fight back when you're attacked online. But it's like let's talk about the percentage here per se, right? Because intersectionality states something like your group identity is paramount compared with your individual identity. You're not hanging Chad first. You're not how smart you are or what occupation you are or your family members or your religious beliefs. You are first your gender, then your sex, then your race, right? The holy trinity of postmodern identity politics types in which leftists likes to play. You are your group identity before your individual identity first. It doesn't matter what you are. It doesn't matter how competent you are. you are first a member of your race, white, cisgender.
So
And the right doesn't do that.
Hold on, Vivek, 1 second. I want to ask. I think you may be misunderstanding intersectionality as a tool, but go ahead. Keep describing it.
I think he's got his money on the nose with intersectionality, and
no,
I think
he doesn't. But
at this
okay.
point you apply Occam's razor, and regardless of your take of intersectionality, it's very much the case that intersectionality does not sufficiently explain the number of scenarios that we see cropping up, nor does it sufficiently explain the causal reality between the actions taken by individuals and how that correlates up to these groups. Because ultimately,
what are you talking about? It is an excellent explanation for situational analysis. I mean, I don't know how you can get around that. So I think you guys are conflating the politics that have been used and the most often used and cited political, I guess, analyses that really, I guess, are attempting to use intersectionality. Intersectionality is a tool, just like, a hammer or a saw. It's not inherently, this social justice warrior weapon that doesn't explain anything effectively. It's incredibly effective at doing the only thing it sets out to do, which is understanding how these different aspects of your personality inform the social situation. That's it. That's all it does.
So here's the
It's
thing.
a factor.
They're 100 years outdated.
Not, but okay.
Logical end conclusion of intersectionality, if you were to satisfactorily and not arbitrarily look at a cross-sectional analysis of all the different possible group identities a person can correlate to, the end conclusion is the individual.
Right. That's excellent.
And we figured out that the individual is the right unit of measurement about 100 years ago.
All right, so let me ask a
environment don't
question.
determine the
Maybe
individual.
I'll be able to better
Actually,
explain
don't seem to
this to
understand
you.
that. Like when you analyze society in groups, you get correlations.
All right, can I explain this a little bit?
Determine if the correlations are useful, right? Because the correlations don't explain any causal reality. And more often than not, it's the case that the only way you can come up with any sufficient causal understanding is you need to look at the level of the individual.
What about
not
the environment?
at the level of the group.
Wait. Can I ask a couple questions?
Yeah.
So, as a whole, just look at it from your own personal point of view, and this is a question that reaches out to everybody. Does your race play a role in how you fit in society? That's just a yes or no question. Just think about that. Now, does your sexual orientation have anything to do with your placement in social society? Same thing with your nationality, your I don't know, gender identity, your class overall. If those have a factor and those do anything to inform your social situation, then intersectionality is the tool with which you explain that. I mean, it's literally it. It's not a perfect representation. It is not meant to give definitive answers about really anything other than, hey, this catalogs the events and the factors that cause you to be where you are, and that's it. Now, it's been perverted. I will fully admit that the quote-unquote SJ warrior or social justice warrior boogeyman has definitely taken it to the extreme and lost all credibility, but intersectionality isn't the problem. It's just that sort of political application.
So, Chad,
you don't seem to understand that the end conclusion is the individual here. So let's riddle our way through it, right? Let's start off with person X, and let's go. Cool, they're white. There's one group, but they're also male. Okay, we got to intersect white, and we got to intersect male. But then they're homosexual, so we got to intersect homosexual to it. And then let's put in age. That's a worthwhile intersection, especially when you're considering job opportunities. But actually, you know what? Depending on the job, if the job's physical, why not stop there? Why don't we just include height?
Deniability. I think an easier feed, explanation to this, because really what I think he's trying to get across is if we're aware of how we personally intersect in our intersectionality, that we have a better like understanding of other people and our differences through that, which will through that understanding we can navigate the world better, and I think more equitably.
Yeah, that's quite literally it. It is, again, to use the same analogy, it is a tool. It is a lens with which we view the world. It does not make any objective like oughts. It's a tool with which to catalog, if nothing else.
Well, deniability, if I can try to reiterate your point, which kind of rebuttals against hanging chats,
Sure.
it does make some odds, though. I do think like it sets on the axioms and the premises that certain group identities are more paramount than others.
That's
Like as
not true, though.
deniability pointed out, like if you want to divide people up in groups, there's almost a near infinite way to describe them. Like how many fingers, how many cells do you have? Like what are you on on a atomic level, on a quantum level? How many hair do you have? What's your eyes
There's
color?
always a divide.
Right, there's always a divide, but to divide people up to groups, like take one example, like white privilege, say. Although I'm gonna play devil's advocate for a second. The idea that you can attribute a collective crime to a group, to an ethnic group, without the specific innocence or guilt of the constituent element of that group, like as a legal or philosophical principle, there's nothing that's more prejudiced and racist than that. It's like, well, because you're white, therefore you're privileged. It's like, what difference does it make? Like, because you're black, therefore you commit more crimes? Like that's pure racism at heart. And that's
You're
the problem.
conflating the political application with the scientific usage, I guess, for lack of a better way of describing it. I understand your whole idea that the individual is ultimately paramount, but I don't know who taught you about intersectionality. I don't know what college you go to, but again, you can't blame the tool for the way that it's used. Now, the tool, again, opens up possibilities. So intersectionality, like Zombie had said, opens up the ability to better catalog yourself and your positionings and the factors that contribute to that. But it does not, at the end of the day, say this ought to be the way that you act, or you ought to say that X group commits more crime, or it does nothing to do that. Like, again, I'm interested, actually, if you don't mind me asking, what, like, are you here in the US?
No, I go to Boston University. I've had, I mean, most, like, Nivek had not play identity politics. Of course.
I think we lost
Right.
you.
Oh, can you hear me?
It's better now, what you're saying.
Right. No, I'm in the US. I go to Boston University. I gonna be a rising junior, but I did take mandatory 1 or 2 ethics course because it is required for you to graduate. And the professor taught about intersectionality, and we read a few experts. It's like, so this woman was black. There are struggles associated with black folks, and this woman was also lesbian, and there are struggles with lesbian folks. So black lesbians can bond together and fight against the struggles in which they all share together. I'm like, okay, I get that. Like, people are uniting together under a sort of broad category of group identity umbrella, so that they can face their struggles together and understand, as you said, their placement in the society, in the hierarchy. Right? Some people call it the patriarchy, although I don't agree with that. But
right.
Like, say something like this, like, say you have a tool, like a hammer, right? You're like, oh, it doesn't matter how people use a hammer. The hammer was meant for good. It was meant for building houses. I'm like, okay, but let's say the hammer.
That's a political activate. No, you see, all right, like I said, so think of it like this. Take out the politicization, right? And you look at it as a scientific tool. Think of it the same way, like how we measure what the concept of distance. A foot and a meter, they're both measuring the same concept, right? But they don't tell you exactly how you should use that. When you use a ruler, right, that's meant to measure a distance, that's not a tool that is meant to build a house or meant to lay out the groundwork for whatever project you're doing. It is literally just meant to catalog a concept, and intersectionality is the same thing. It is just meant to catalog a concept. That's it. It's apolitical.
Intersectionality measuring.
Say again?
What is intersectionality measuring?
The different, basically personal factors that contribute to your position in society in this, hierarchy, quote unquote.
Personal factor?
What does that? That's not really answering the question.
Yeah, so Chad, think of it this way, right?
Say again.
Well, everything you're pointing to is right, because certain characteristics about you affect the way society treats you. And you will share some of these characteristics with other people, and that creates some sort of a group identity, right? But you're obfuscating the fact that when you're looking at society, society is made up of individuals. And if you want to be consistent with this intersectionality, it's entirely arbitrary to stop where the intersectionalists stop and say, okay, race, gender, sexual orientation, this, that, right? Like, if you want to be fair and consistent to it, you have to create so many cross sections of group identities that you very quickly arrive at the only solution, which is the individual. And the only way you find out about the individual is by measuring that specific individual. And if you attempt to apply any group theory to a person and infer the rest of their belief structures and considerations on different things, you are invariably going to be wrong most of the time because you're not considering the individual. You're applying group analysis.
Again, Alexander actually is kind of, again, just reiterating what I'm trying to say here. He says, hey, Discord, I have to agree with Hanging Chad's main point. It is, quote, it is a tool, or is it a useful tool? A rock taped to a stick is the same as a hammer, but of course it's a worse hammer. Intersectionality is a tool. You can argue about the application of it. Sure. I mean, I don't necessarily think it's the most useful sociological measuring tool, but it is this tool still. That's all I'm saying. Like, I will make no argument about whether or not it is practically applied in society today. However, it's undeniable that it is a tool with which to look at the world. I mean, it's the same as technological determinism.
Yes, I was going to say that, exactly that. Because with technological determinism, most of the people here refuse to look at it as something political. They state it is a tool. They insinuate that it is a tool. But with intersectionality, there's this determination to associate it with politics. Well, I don't know why that's unfair.
I just explained to you what I see as wrong with the theory of intersectionality. The way it sources data and the conclusions it leads you to is fundamentally flawed.
The tool doesn't
level of measurement.
So you're arguing about whether or not it's a good tool, right?
So hold on.
Are you arguing whether or not it's a good tool?
Hold on, please.
I don't know where else to go with this. If you're not going to answer the question, what's the point?
So when you look at intersectionality, right, you need to apply Occam's razor, as you need to do with any sort of framing of history. And the right test is to say, does this lens sufficiently explain the interactions that we're seeing when we're looking back at history? And I don't see that happening. To take one level of analysis intersectionalists use is often the race card. And you apply it here in South Africa, and you'd be wrong most of the time, because the majority of the white population is English. They were not in support of apartheid. It was an Afrikaans thing, right? Yet, they are incorrectly painted with the brush of being white and being the perpetrators of apartheid. So it's not clear to me that it sufficiently explains any right level of analysis. It doesn't explain the happenings of human society. But then when you consider technological determinism, you see a technology develop, and it always seems to change the fundamental structure of society and the cultural and societal norms that develop around it. And I think it sufficiently explains the happenings of society. If you think I'm wrong, please explain to me where you think technological determinism is insufficient. because intersectionality is certainly insufficient in looking at something as just as simple as gender and race. It tells you very little about the actual situation that's going on in front of you.
Well, deniability, to reiterate, so like I think I do agree with you on this point. Like technological determinism, if anything, is at least a more sufficient and justifiable and more I would say causal way of looking at the world. Now it may not be perfect, but it's certainly more useful than say something like intersectionality. And Hanging Chad was arguing about the tool is different from the applicability of the tool. Well, if a tool is mostly used for a wrong purpose, then would you say that the inventor of the tools and the application of the tools has something to do with the tool itself? Like most people use intersectionality as deniability mentioned to mention the race card, the class card, and the gender card. I mean, Karl Marx viewed the world through a dichotomized lens. It's like it's a proletariat versus a bourgeoisie, the wealthy versus the poor. It's like, how can you divide people up into two groups? And how do you even do that? First of all, it failed miserably. Not to criticize communism, but it failed miserably. And there is almost a near infinite way to identify people into groups. And like deniability said, it comes down to the individual. That's a fundamental Western idea in the Judeo-Christian sense. It's like the individual is a sovereign person and is free. So yes, I do agree with you.
It's bigger than that. The individual is not separate from the environment.
I'm not even going to go to attempt to answer that, Nivik, or give a response to it. So at the end of the day, guys, like I said before, you're dodging the question that I'm laying out, and you're completely conflating the practical application of the tool that I'm describing. Because you have such personal convictions against intersectionality, I guess it's a bad example for me to use because it just triggers too much. I guess. I don't really understand where else to go from here.
Chad, how would you say the original purpose or the original intent of intersectionality is to be used, if not for the radicalization of the tool itself? Like, how was it supposed to be used in your own terms?
Intersectionality is used to collect data and attempt to explain the intersectionality of different social structures. That's literally all it does.
I'm completely going along with you.
If you believe that is the data is flawed, the data that it collects is flawed, fine, so be it. I have my own problems with the practical application of intersectionality. However, that does not change the fact that you guys are still just I guess attempting to say that it is absolutely useful or useless.
You're thinking it's some lens view is what it is?
Bro, yes. Okay.
Please, can you explain how intersectionality is different to racism?
How intersectionality is different than racism? Racism is a bias against a certain race, right? A certain ethnicity or race.
Not necessarily against, it's just a bias, full stop.
Okay. So intersectionality does not do that. Intersectionality is a tool. This is the same sort of line of conversation. Was like, do you believe a gun is going to kill somebody if somebody?
No. You're saying it's many factors of that play into things. Is all you're saying.
It was already pointed out earlier. There are people here who have some emotional hang-up. So intersectionality, in my opinion,
this is a bad example. I guess I'm sorry. Skepticism is falling
I think
flat
I
today,
know what it is. I think
okay.
what it is people don't want to acknowledge the environment. And just want to say things about the individual and intersectionality. I'm trying to figure it out. I think intersectionality kind of plays against that mindset.
So you think the environment is a primary factor which sets differences in people? You don't think people has anything to do with that? The primary cause in people's differences is the environment, or I should say a primary cause. That's your view.
Separate from it, it determines what you do.
I'm trying to think about how Hang Chat is.
Just explain how that, if that makes any sense, what I just says. It determines what you do.
Before you do that, please, can Hanging Chad explain to me how this intersectionality tool works differently to racism as a tool? Because I don't see the distinction.
Are you trying to suggest that all, I guess, data collection can be used as a tool, I guess, are you what do you define?
I'm not sure
as,
what I'm not sure what he means.
I'm not
Either.
sure what you're asking. Yeah.
Well, I'm asking you to explain to me how intersectionality is somehow different to racism, because all you're saying is it's a tool, but you can say the same thing about racism as well. You can say
No, he's saying
it's
a fact. He's saying there are factors of
wait,
things
Mace,
that you
Mace,
just
if I can, wait, if I
Guys,
can reiterate
let me
Mace's
actually
point.
respond to a question here before you get too far up your own.
Right,
So,
Mace, if I
racism,
can reiterate.
right? Racism is, as defined by the dictionary, prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism directed against a person or people on the basis of their membership of a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is a minority or marginalized. So
No,
a
that's not the
bias
definition I'm using.
implies. Well, then what is your definition? Because then that's incredibly important.
There are many of them.
My definition would be a fear, hatred, or bias on the basis of race.
You don't think there's a supremacy element in there?
Please give me a second. So if that is your definition, go ahead and repeat it for me one more time.
A fear, hatred, or bias on the basis of race.
Okay, a fear, hatred, or bias on the basis of race. So intersectionality is I guess, a hypothetical tool with which we try to acknowledge whatever different class, age, sex, whatever individual characteristics place us in society. It is a tool to measure those different, I guess, again, intersecting traits. That's all it
I
does.
understand
There's
what you're
no odd
saying.
statement there. It doesn't entail any fear. It doesn't entail any bias. It just quite literally states this is the way that this interacts with society. That's it.
Okay. So
If
do
you have
you guys hear
someone,
that? Do you guys hear that?
hang on a minute.
Do you guys
Can I
hear
please?
that?
I need to finish this with Chad. So you've got a racist
For
person,
5 minutes.
and they think I'm not gonna walk in this neighborhood at this time because I'm worried that this racial group will be around, and I've had a lot of bad experiences with people of this racial group. How is that any different to intersectionality? Because they're taking in data and they're going, right, I'm more likely to get mugged or attacked if I'm around this particular group of people, so I'm not going to go there.
Okay, intersectionality
Is that
can't be afraid, and it can't have biases. Like the
He's basically saying
bias.
intersectionality is racist without the negative emotion. And then throw in sexist.
That doesn't make any sense. Is a yardstick racist? Is a yardstick, you know?
Guys, like, I went to the topic.
Now I'm confused.
They asked for like additional 5 minutes, and this hole is just getting deeper, bigger, and wider. So no, I'm coming with my steamroller. We're fucking off the intersectionality, racist, sexist, fucking bullshit conversation. We're steering back the fuck around to technological determinism.
We have a bunch of rabbit holes.
Soldier of Science in the YouTube chat brought up an aspect of this that I try to encourage you to consider before we got down this rabbit hole. But if technology fundamentally changes society, what dystopian futures do you think could be potentially negative? And I think the obvious one that comes up for me that I try to bring in with the crime angle is, and maybe I described it incorrectly in the right to do crime, but what I'm envisioning is like 1984, the Minority Report, thought policing, because one day we may have the technology to do this. And if technology fundamentally changes our social structures, I could see that being a totally negative dystopian twist.
To take
are you officially associating that to technological determinism? You're officially associating negativity. Okay, good.
No, I never said
it's an amoral.
It's an amoral thing, right? It's just to say that technology changes our social structures. It's not to say that's for the good or for the bad. right? You may have inferred for the good, because I think technological determinism is one of the strongest examples is the abolishment of slavery, and that's clearly a good
So you're
thing.
going back to that?
That's always going to happen. I mean, the advancements of super AI might end up in our fucking destruction. It just might.
Well, I have a good example that you're looking for.
We just lost everybody. I'm not sure.
I lost
I'm still
I
here.
can hear.
You know, if you overthrow something and you don't have workers, that in itself can force you to have to innovate.
Yeah, I'm really not worried about that. I think human beings are incredibly good at wasting disposable time and utilizing disposable time for their own enjoyment. I think it is one of the hallmarks of our species. So I really don't think it's going to be an issue if we reach full AI and full automation. And there
are many factors that can push innovation. I mean, if you're laboring a kid, you know, that could the labor laws of industrialism could force you to have to innovate by the abuses of it.
No, deniability is talking about when we move beyond that point, when everything becomes automated and economic prosperity is not the issue at hand, and even
You're saying that it was because of industrialism, of slavery, and in people wanting things to be more efficient is what abolished it. And I said, like, there are many factors that could force innovation. They, you know,
I see where you're going.
If let's say hypothetically, like when people revolted against feudal serfdom, you didn't have work. That in itself, by not having labor, would force you to.
Serfdom.
Oh fuck, man!
Hold on. Okay. Nick, we need to chill out here. I've been trying to. I want to get the room's thoughts on dystopian futures, given that technological determinism seems to be highly applicable. What dystopian futures relating to the advent of which specific technology do you perhaps find problematic? No more ideology, industrialization, or slavery.
Like, can I go? I'm thinking about Neuralink. Like, so the presupposition of Neuralink is, whatever you're thinking, other people can feel what you're thinking, right? But then that's on the presupposition that thoughts can exist a priori to language. So, but anytime you think about at least anytime you're thinking conceptualize terms, you're thinking words. But then before you learn words, do thoughts exist? And Musk's answer to this is something like he applied it to sexuality. If you are having sex with a partner and it was a great sexual experience, you can save it. And if you're not that private of a person, you can share it with your friends and maybe send it directly to their brain so that they can also enjoy it and save it for another time. Then a dystopian problem would be, well, what's left of human sexuality if everything becomes so transmutable, or there's no boundaries, there's no clear boundaries between things anymore. I mean, also,
what sort of concerning social structure would you be worried about there? Would you be along the lines thinking that because there'd be no such thing as like private thoughts anymore, that do you think that will topple humanity to the point where we won't function, or do you think it might change the way that we function and interact with each other in maybe for the better, or do you think it's for the worse?
I believe for the better.
No, I'm afraid that humans won't change as fast as the technology because we do have an a priori biological structure, right? Humans are born with a certain set of perceptions, and say technology advances faster than the human body, in which I'm most certainly confirming that it would. Like our
That's
body
the whole
is
point of technology.
Whole point, right? It perhaps no, it's not even the whole point. It's the nature of technology.
No, because humans can't evolve to adapt to the environment. So our minds.
Fair point. But then I'm thinking that
substitute.
A technology might be too good for our own use. Say something like a Neuralink. You're thinking about something, your partner knows what you're thinking before you even open your mouth. Then it sort of fundamentally changes the nature in which people interact, because there are different ways in which people talk, and you can be good or you can be bad, and but then
I think that would resolve more conflict, because I think, and this is Elon Musk's own take on it. He said that like speech is fundamentally problematic, because what's happening is I'm having a thought in my head, and then to explain it to you, I have to compress it into this tool we call language and represent it to you with limited vocabulary. And then you receive the words that I use, and then you have to decompress that in your brain and figure out what I'm trying to say. This is why we have such long conversations about these topics, because we're constantly reiterating what we're saying, because people aren't getting us or aren't understanding us, because there's this information loss. And what Elon Musk was suggesting is that if you remove that decompression of the idea, and people are able to feel each other's thoughts, for lack of a better word, that there'd be no communication loss. And maybe I think that would eliminate a lot of individuated human conflict.
With the advance of all this technology, won't there be a negative effect on the physicality of the physical bodies? Since there'll be technology forward, things which you would have taken for granted, your arms, your legs, and you won't have to. You'll just rely on the technology to do it for you. So there might be a problem where, a case of, well, what's the use? Human beings might suddenly develop new problems. I don't know, with the whole advent of computer technology, people have RSI, people have eye problems, some people have lower back issues. Or you have now on the streets, people use these like pedal things, but they're like motor based. So they don't even use their feet to push anymore. They just rely on that. So all these things that we take for granted that we would use our bodies to, as technology advances and gets better and better, how that might prove a negative for the human body, because you don't use it as much as you would, because you just use technology instead.
Well, that's not negative, because if you stop using your body, that will be because you have better alternatives.
Have you seen Ready Player One? Dr. Bombay, have you seen the movie Ready Player One?
No, please tell me more.
It's a bit of a dystopian future where someone invents like really amazing VR. And with like the very best tech, you can get like a touch feel suit, and like in the movie, like people are in VR. But what I found quite interesting is they were on treadmills, and they were on various things, so they could actually physically move. It's just their mind was somewhere else. So they're like running on a battlefield, playing a first-person shooter game. And shooting and all that, and they're doing all the movements in real life, and that's a tremendous workout, you know. I think that's feasible, you know. Certainly, we're at the beginnings of virtual reality, but I think the ultimate ambition is like a true virtual reality that is distinct from actual reality. And to do that, you would need to account for bodily interactions, and that can be done one of two ways. Either that can be done with brain stimulation, so like you lie on a bed and something gets plugged into your brain, and through stimulating events while you're unconscious, you experience this virtual reality. But that seems like a significantly difficult step in the technology, right? What seems to be far easier is to develop various input technologies. So wearing a suit with sensors, running on a treadmill, wearing like eye implants, you know, like that. Those seem like easier technologies to integrate with the human body than some sort of deep brain stimulation version of virtual reality.
But these are like hypotheticals we're having, right? Because I mean, you used the movie. I could use another movie where people are just doing the first thing you mentioned, where they're sitting down and they get plugged into something. So
Well, we're talking about possible dystopian futures, so we are in the realm of science fiction.
Yeah. So that dystopian future could exist where if you're concentrating, as you mentioned earlier, the former thing you mentioned, where it's more the use of your brain and your body is stationary, then theoretically your body could just waste away. Certain physicalities would waste away because you wouldn't need them anymore. You need to use them. You'd just be using one particular part of your body, brain. And that would be
You
it.
really believe that?
No, but
Nivek,
that's a hypothetical for the future, not a reality.
I recognize that, but that's like the deep brain stimulation route, right? I think that technological horizon is
I don't see how I don't see that possible.
Yeah, I just see it as far more challenging than other methods of getting to virtual reality. So while I admit that that's a plausible reality, because it requires more investments and energy to get to it, I think it's far more likely that we'll go for the easier, lower-hanging fruit that will be just as effective and not as invasive, as it were. And the other route doesn't have the same negative outcomes. We're a lazy species.
I don't see that. We use our body.
We
our
choose
body
the easy route every single time, without fail.
Yeah, Nivek, we use our body. I mean,
I don't see
very
that
much
going
a
away.
caveman. Even in the 21st century, I walk a lot. I've got colleagues who use the car. They use those automatic like pedal bike things. And every now and again, when we go for a walk for lunchtime, they always get tired really easily. It's because they're always using technology to drive around or use those push bike. It's like just walk for a change. Use your legs.
Look, I completely agree with you. You know, like I have quite an exercise regime here in the mountains, and I can tell you that life is just easier with an exercise regime. You deal with stress far better. You get better sleep, and from better sleep, you have so many other better health outcomes. It's the primary preventative medical route. Keep your sanity, exercise. It has such a massive downstream effect on the rest of your physical and psychological health. It's you can't risk becoming inactive. It's always results in bad outcomes.
I mean, like, we don't have wings, you know. Hypothetically, let's say we had wings. It was like
you could just drink some Red Bull.
You just like tore a hole in the space-time reality of my mind. How does we not having wings relate to what we were just talking about?
He was talking about changing evolution by technology and how we are today. We're not. I don't see how we're going to change anyway.
Yeah, that about sums it up.
Because we use our we you know we use our the way we use ourselves physically now. It's being used. I just don't understand like how we will change physically in any way.
I honestly tried my best to follow. Still not understanding how wings relates to technological determinism. Maybe in virtual reality, yeah, like we could start flying. That would be weird. Like, imagine we had this sufficient virtual reality and we could fly and experience flying. Like, do you think that would like fuck with our day-to-day lives?
Or I could ask Nivek in a certain way, because Nivek likes to talk about evolution. We could talk about technological determinism being part of evolution of the human race. And through evolution, human beings have been modified or have changed for the better. We all assume that. So then technological determinism, but the future, the dystopian future, that would be a progression of evolution. So that would affect the human body. Wouldn't it, Nivek, or would it not, in your opinion?
Yeah. But I mean,
This makes me laugh because I think about filters and all the people that use. That's all the girls, especially, are using all these, picture filters. And then when you meet them in person, you're like, "What the fuck? You look nothing like your picture."
Catfish. It's called a catfish.
Exactly.
Technological determinism caused catfishing.
No, well,
Or those
certainly,
people-
certainly, technology has been invented to help us evolve the human race. We have, like CRISPR and gene editing technology, and and now we have, adenoviruses where we can inject, replacement genes and reverse transcribe faulty genes into people so that they don't have things like hemophilia, and it's that's what that technology is going to. Or I don't know if it already has, but is going to change the human race in the future, right? As soon as people figure out how to get an advantage using that technology.
Like how you brought that. I like that you brought that
Yeah,
up.
I'm really jealous of future humans who are gonna be designed to be perfect in every way.
But then, how do you know what perfect is?
Okay,
you'll have an
superior then.
idea.
They'll be designed to be superior to older generations such as myself.
Well, like for
Then-
example, in the
then you see
1970s, if we had designed a perfect football player, and everyone got the perfect football player gene, then we'd end up with a bunch of people with massive brain injuries running around in their 40s.
Why do they have to have brain injuries? Oh, America.
You don't necessarily know what the long-term consequences are of your gene
football
editing.
means something else in my country.
You fixed that too.
I was confused.
You fixed that too.
Oh yeah, American rules football.
Has anyone seen the movie Gattaca with Uma Thurman, Ethan Hawke?
Oh yes,
It deals
a long
exactly
time
with
ago.
this discussion. Yeah, deals with.
I forgot about that movie, man. It's been a minute. I'm sorry, I've been completely out of the conversation for a little bit.
No. I was just somebody was talking about.
It's not a
I think
bad
Dr.
movie.
Doolittle was talking about the future, and he was talking about genes. How will be lost the words, but basically the movie Gattaca touches exactly on what Dr. Doolittle was talking about. That's why I brought up Gattaca. So if anybody who's seen it or you haven't watched it, it's a good movie. Deals with a lot of this, with morality or the perfect human beings and whether it's good for society, creating a hierarchical structure in the future where you have those who are perfect, and those who are perfect with the certain genes are allowed certain jobs, certain professions. Those who don't have those genes are relegated
I'm not
to
talking
doing certain
about
things.
legal discrimination. I'm just saying future humans will be physically superior to older generations because
I'm not disputing that. I was
designed
just
to be better.
I was just giving people a synopsis of the movie. Yeah.
So physically superior for what though? Like for every trait, there's an opposite trait, which is let's just say the ability to get by without doing that other thing.
So this is a soldier of science.
They'll have
Hey, guys.
faster metabolisms. They'll be better looking. They'll be smarter.
But this is all
They can't get
subjective.
sick.
This is all subjective.
They can't get
Because
sick.
like a perfect guy to me would be one with a big fucking dick. And you guys don't want to be walking around with big fucking dicks all the time.
I'm not too sure about that.
I'm just saying a lot of that's subjective.
I
Like,
mean,
No, it's funny though.
You
You're actually right,
you needing a
Zombie,
big
you're
dick
actually-
says a lot more about you. No, I'm just
Zombie, you're actually right.
I have a big dick or two.
So no, I just joined
please.
and
Oh,
I
boy.
wanted to add that. I mean, can't all of you think of a future where
You don't get sick?
No. Where you create the ability to transfer all of your memories, which is really what your life is about, and you can transfer your memories to something that is artificial, whether that's a humanoid or whatever it be. Wouldn't that drastically change your evolution?
Yeah.
You're talking
So
about
That was
the common.
discussed. That
How
was
about you don't get
deniability
old?
mentioned that earlier, Soldier of
You don't
Science. What you're
age.
talking
yeah,
about
Is
was
that bad
discussed
or good?
earlier. Deniability
like
brought it
soldier
up, and he
science.
brought up a
Have you
film.
seen? Yeah, Altered Carbon. It's a 2-season Netflix series.
No, I haven't.
And so I won't ruin it for you, but I'll give you the basic premise. But basically, it's a future dystopian society where consciousness has been downloaded to a chip that's installed at like the base of your head behind your neck, and it's
I don't know
installed at a
about
very
that,
young
man.
age, and your consciousness is transferred onto that and recorded onto that.
That's
And
awesome.
they talk about the human bodies as just sleeves, you
Yeah,
know.
great story.
And the picture it paints is like the super rich live for like 360 years and become immortal because they own
Yeah,
control of
no.
the
You
machines.
download your brain and you blow your brains out. That's
Yeah,
what you
no,
do.
no, no. I've
Nah,
totally thought
I'll
about that.
pass on that one.
No, I've totally thought about that, and even I mean, before I realized there's a show like that I need to go check out. But I mean,
How does
imagine
that work,
that.
though?
But imagine if you're rich enough that your memories can be put into something that can process like your brain, because obviously all of us realize that you can't just take your consciousness down to straight data of your memory. You know, you have senses, you know, you smell things, you hear things. But if we can get to that point, and you can't differentiate between that,
Can I ask you a
is
question?
sure.
If you had an option of downloading your brain on a chip and then you what? You blow your brain out?
Why would you blow your brain out?
Well, you're living forever on a chip, right?
But if you
So
can,
Like, what kind of option is that?
in Altered Carbon, and just spoiler alert, like someone speak up if like this isn't too much of a spoiler, but like you'll learn it literally in the first episode. It's called Real Death. So like because people are downloaded onto these chips,
right?
Lots of people get killed for bullets to the brain, but that's just considered sleeve death, and it's like a warning offense for organic damage. The
Right,
real
right.
violation they call real death, where you like blow out someone's chip, you know, when you
Yep,
are
yep.
someone.
Well, if you had an option of living forever or doing that, which would you choose?
I mean, that's a great point because
I'll probably pass on the chip part.
I guess ultimately you decide when you want your experience to be over, and maybe that comes down to I'm just bored of all these experiences in my life. You know, like I'm not getting any more knowledge. I'm not getting any more pleasure senses because of this experience, and therefore I want to end my life. I think that
I
probably
don't
would
see
be.
that.
I think that probably would be a part of that story, right? That if you do like get to the point where we can download our memories, all of our sensations. I mean, it's an interesting point, right? Because even if you could do that, is that copy of you? Even if you're still alive and there's a copy of you that now has all of these memories, is that really you? You know?
Mace mentioned improving yourself genetically, and somebody asked like, "What's improving yourself? Isn't improving yourself living in like not dying?"
Yeah, absolutely.
By genetically modifying
Absolutely.
yourself,
Absolutely. I mean, you can even look at the history
or
of
not getting sick.
humans. We're living longer, obviously, and in at least in the Western world, we are on the average growing taller. If you're eating healthier foods, which is obviously arguable because there's so many toxins in foods now. But in general, if you are a Southeast Asian person that grows up in Southeast Asia versus the United States, you're a taller Southeast Asian. So there's something to that, right? Because of foods,
I wanted
because of nutrition,
to
so
ask
forth.
Soldier of Science. using you as an example, you can give me your opinion. How would you feel in that
Sure.
future if you had been used to your consciousness being in one particular body, and then
Right.
you suddenly got placed into, say, the body of a woman who
Right.
was, I don't know, a monk? How would that affect your psychology?
Is this the chip
Would you be
thing we're
okay?
talking still?
Yes,
Yeah,
the
so,
chip thing.
so
It also
still on
ties
the
in
chip.
with
they do touch on this in Altered Carbon in some
yes.
like very deep ways. So I'd really recommend people watch it. But just to give you like the broad strokes, right? One of they approach all the sort of psychological issues that might come up. There's various things like sleep sickness
Sounds
and
like a
all
great
that.
story.
I'll let you watch it to really get into it. But one of the real broad strokes about it is the technology to create a sleeve or a synth, like a robot, is fairly easy
Right.
and cost effective, right? But the
Mhm.
problem in living forever comes with having the same sleeve, because what they painted in the story was that unless you can afford to clone yourself, your original body, you can't continue to re-sleeve and re-sleeve and re-sleeve and re-sleeve. If you're popping into different sleeves, eventually you'll have a psychological break. So the only
Interesting.
way they found to live forever for like well over 300 years is if they've been able to afford to have their original bodies cloned for them, which is quite cool. I thought that was
Thank
an
you very
interesting.
much,
You know, I mean, I
deniability.
honestly, my first
That
reaction,
doesn't
You
sound.
spoiled
my
it
first
for me.
reaction is, yeah, my first reaction is, since I don't know anything about that show or the story, which sounds like an awesome story, that is just a product of making that story better, because I really don't see how your original body would have anything to do about your memories or experiences. I mean, of course there's going to be something with that, you know, like you know what, my skin felt this way, my skin color was this way, my penis size was only this, you know. You know, I mean, of course there's going to be some play on that, but really you are a brain in a vat in a lot of ways. You are living in your head.
Deniability. The chip. How does the chip work? Like you take it and you put it in another person.
Yeah. So your whole identity is stored, and the reason these wealthy people are considered like immortal gods now in the story is because not only can they afford to clone themselves, it's the fact that they have these clones across all the settled worlds. So instead of them traveling between worlds, they needle cast. So they'll send their consciousness from world 1 to world 10 and back into their own body. So they're able to be anywhere in the universe at once, right? But not only
I mean,
that,
let me
on their home worlds, they have this backup technology that every 48 hours they get backed up to a satellite that's orbiting the Earth. So even if for the average person, if you real death them and you shoot them in their chip, they die, right? But for these myths, these really wealthy immortals, every 48 hours they back up to the satellites, and even if you real death that body right there and then,
they have a
the last copy of them was 48 hours ago. It gets put back into a body, and bam, they're going.
It's a great story. Yeah, I mean, and even if you look at you know, competent physics, where people think that, you know, even if alien life forms couldn't traverse to Earth, which now there's all kinds of reports coming out that that's probably not the case, but even with that said, that you should be able to project those chips, like you're saying, on a laser beam and be able to shoot it across the universe and get it to a certain space. So you're absolutely right. I mean, that's an incredible story, because that follows with physics for sure. Yeah. So ultimately, I think all of us. I think the argument when I joined was, are humans going to evolve? You know, like, are we going to be physically much different as we evolve? And my response to that is that we've always been evolving. That's what evolution is. We've always been evolving.
We're always in a state of evolution.
Exactly. And technology for humans has kind of slowed that down because we're not following the Neanderthal ways of, you know what, we just got to kill shit and we've got to rape our women and that's how we're going to prosper. Obviously, technology has slowed that evolution down amongst humans, but I think technology will also ultimately make it entirely different by this entire discussion which we just had, which is, you know, all of us are going to realize that being in a machine or being a thought process behind a machine probably is in our future at some point.
I get what you're saying. You're saying human beings, they naturally evolve by the pressures of the environment in adaptation of process of elimination and going extinct, or potential of surviving and evolving, where you change. But we have in reverse, our minds approach matter in changing matter instead of having to change physically ourselves and adapting to the environment. Of not having to evolve physically. So the physical part. But one thing is that we are of matter. So now we got so technologically advanced in changing matter around us. We could change our matter within ourselves. We can gene edit. You know what I mean? We could.
You said it better than I could. You said it better than I could. I tried to say that. But yeah, exactly.
You see, it ignores the considerations of the clear evolution that's already happening. You know, it's not random circumstance that the nerdy geeky types are more often than not skinny and lanky, and we know that the size of the brain relative to the body is the important factor, because like a whale has the biggest brain on the planet, but it also has the biggest body on the planet. It requires brain mass to move all those all those muscles in the body, right? So logically, if you have less body mass and the same size brain that you were born with, you'll have more function afforded to your brain. And then the next question is, like, evolution is about iteration and propagation of the species. So does this gene characteristic propagate? And the answer is yes, because individuals of this sort prove to be very successful in life. And because they often sit at the top of hierarchies, they're able to attract mates and propagate their genes. So that evolution is clearly happening. And it's a distinctly different path from ultimately the more barbaric type of evolution that favored like actual physical strength, but it is evolution nonetheless.
What to me is interesting is, as humans, obviously we look at our ability to be tool makers. We look at our ability to paint and, you know, create these societies, and so obviously we just like put ourselves in to the number one spot of evolution. Like, hey, we're number one. But then when you get something like COVID-19 that comes around and wipes out, you know, already 3 million people, and if we didn't have this ability to protect against that with medical evolution, you then kind of wonder, right? You know, like, we had all these years to build our brain up and create all these things, which we think is far superior over everything, whether it's a whale and a dolphin with more folds in their brain, or any other animal. But a freaking virus can wipe out that same thinking, top of the chain human. Is amazing. It's amazing. Yeah, it's amazing.
Because they're the same thing, though. There's the virus mutation in the brain is not different thinking. I can say how that is. I can say how they're similar.
It's the same evolutionary pressure, right? It's not to say COVID specifically would wipe us out, right? But it is to say that the more densely packed humanity becomes with other species, the more cross-contamination and disease spread you'll get. This is why we have things like swine flu and bird flu jumping the human-animal barrier as well. It's because of proximity of living conditions. And like there's very interesting equations that provide probabilistic analysis of these pandemics breaking out, and they factor in things like renewable fresh water resources versus sewage extraction, and then animal density, human density, humidity, temperature, and they factor in all these things. And quite interesting, a lot of these methodologies are of providing mathematical prediction. Almost all of them for the last 10 years have predicted 100% likelihood of some sort of pandemic outbreak. So COVID to me is a confirmation of the flourishing of the human species, because we are flourishing towards a natural bound that once we become too dense, it sparks a disease that is designed to kill us. And
But we can gene edit ourselves to adapt
no
to COVID.
matter how dangerous they are, none of them have 100% mortality. There's always some natural level of immunity within the human population.
Agreed. I just wanted to. I wanted to get you guys to realize the disparity of our genetic makeup and where we've come to as humans versus the genetic disparity of the virus that ultimately can kill millions of humans. And that's an amazing fact. And in the respect that we ultimately think that we're always one step ahead. We've come to a part in life that we have more medical advances where we can do this. And so therefore we're still probably the king of the evolutionary species. And I guess my argument would be saying that if you have a different view of this, like a whale doesn't give a shit about your tool making, and it still is a prosperous thing outside of it being killed by ships and all that crap. But even if humans get to a point where their technology outweighs its ability to exist, whether that's global climate change, whether that's a nuclear war, whether that is tribes fighting with other tribes and we kill each other all off, there's an argument to be said, was that evolutionary advantage of tool making and intelligence more prosperous than the COVID-19 virus that is killing you? That's kind of what I was getting to.
Technology is good, and promoting it is good, because if you have much diversity of tech, it could balance things out. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it could be bad, but I mean, if you have because diversity naturally just balance things out. So abundance of technology is a good thing, just like within your genes, you know what I mean? Just like within your DNA for adaptation, for survival, it's good. I don't know. Does that kind of sound? Does it kind of make sense? Like it.
No, I mean it absolutely makes sense as long as the technology we create doesn't get to an AI perspective where it says, you know what, humans absolutely make bad decisions, and they make bad decisions with the world in general. And if you create AI and machines that eventually have self-conscious to what we determine as self-conscious, whether that's just their processing ability of their processors, they can get to self-consciousness and determine that human decisions are ultimately bad on the bigger scale. Yeah, it might not be a great thing, right?
Okay, the bad is not necessarily a bad thing if there's a counter to good to stop that from happening.
Counter of good.
With good. Of like bad tech is not, you don't have to worry about it if there's a potential of applying it in a good way to counter.
Okay, so do you think
So
that
being pro tech is good?
Okay, so do you think
In
that
the
eventually all these independent companies who are making chips, processing chips, which get better and better every year, I can't quote the AI machine that basically figured out all of human chess in 3 hours and was able to destroy every chess player within 3 hours. If that is compounding, right, to where we get AI, where you will get AI to basically have conscious awareness, do you think that AI will look at humanity and say that we're flawed and we're like a Pentium 2 compared to the processing capabilities of this AI? Do you think we get to that?
I'd like to ask you, how do you think AI would have to go there? Because the reason I ask is because I've been looking into this, and they use terms like machine learning, and when I go
Right.
deeper into it, they use algorithms, and I go deeper into it, and I find out it's programs. I mean,
It is.
languages,
It is.
Python. So you
It
have
is.
human beings who are using these codes, whether it's Python, Java, JavaScript, C++,
Absolutely.
whatever, and they are creating these algorithms. So they're putting all this information there. So, as
Right.
far as I'm concerned, AI can only go as far as the information the human beings have programmed into it with the language. It cannot suddenly supersede what the human beings are thinking,
So
unless there's
the example I gave you about that AI computer that has beaten literally figured out every best chess move, and it took 3 hours, almost 4 hours for it to do. We're talking about a lifetime of people playing chess. It figured it out in 4 hours and is now the most ultimate chess player on the entire planet. So, as a
why did it do
descriptor for what you just asked, a human gave it rules to do that, but that thing has an ability and has the I don't want to say brain, obviously. It has the processor retention to know exactly what decisions to make. Granted, it's based around
So
chess
can't you
rules.
create an AI to attack AI?
If someone wanted to,
there's
they
your
would.
answer.
The programmers would put the code in there, the language using Python or whatever to tell it to do that. Yeah,
Sure.
that's. I don't believe there's this outside source where this AI is suddenly going to start developing something.
So my
outside of
question to you is, what rules does your brain participate by? What's the data going on in your brain that you follow?
That's the point I'm mentioning. That part I don't know. Human beings
Right.
don't know that part. We can't bottle up that part. So the fact that we as human beings don't know that part, how is a machine that we've created going to figure that out?
So
It can't.
So
It has to
when
rely
I'm
on
saying
what we tell it.
what I'm saying is your intuition is that rule learning or your brain ability to come up with processes on how we live life cannot be constructed down into a code is what your intuition is. And I'm saying that that's probably wrong. That's probably a wrong intuition.
I mean, I think the best thing you could do is when you're putting in the codes, you could, because I know with programmers, Python, they do something called randomization. So you could put in codes for random things and it could just randomly just stumble onto something that will work. But I don't think it will be smarter than the human brain and be able to outsmart the human brain. It is dependent on the human brain putting in the code into it in order for it to know what to do. I don't think it will ever be like in the movies where it will just know how to outsmart a human being and start thinking outside of the box that human beings can't. I don't think it will ever happen. But then I could be wrong. I'm not a programmer, so I could be wrong.
I appreciate it.
So what's your argument that you're anti-tech then in saying that it could be bad?
I'm not anti-tech.
Not you.
No, I know he meant that to me. No, I'm not anti-tech. I mean, obviously, I mean, this is a scary question because it's like you're basically saying, am I going to evolve something that is ultimately smarter than me and have rules to be able to control that thing that might actually be smarter than me.
Okay,
And
but the growing of tech and the diversity of tech will take care of that.
I'm not an AI professional at all, so I don't know the answer to that. But
the growing counter of other technologies and the diversity of other technologies could go against that.
Can you explain?
Okay, so if you have something and it's of a certain tech and you have many other techs in abundance, how is that one tech going to overwhelm the other?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even see how that question makes sense.
This is the natural process of evolution in how things come to be in potential of odds. And
I'm just saying
it's a simple odds thing. Is if you have more of one than the other outweighs the one. You get what I'm saying?
Not really, because if I put that
COVID is because more people. There's more diversity of people of different intellect of overcoming the virus in if it was just 10 people on the planet, they'll probably die.
Well, it was really due to advances in mRNA development in vaccines, which happened out of the SARS virus, basically.
When you have a lot of people, you have many diversity of perspective. Of information. I'm just saying how
every
one
vaccine,
diversity overcame the other diversity.
Every vaccine that was created for COVID-19, whether it was Pfizer, Moderna, AstraZeneca, whatever, it's all based on
you understand what
mRNA.
I said, right? The diversity of human intellect overcame the other diversity of the virus of its mutation.
No, I agree, but it wasn't really human diversity as much as it was just science. It didn't matter where in the world it happened.
When you have a lot of knowledge and diversity of knowledge of information, you can process that in many different ways, diverse ways of more likely overcoming.
Okay, so how does this relate to
the
technology?
Virus.
No, how does this relate to?
No, I was explaining the
technology
virus to you.
and computers that are obviously going to be smarter than us.
Diversity of technology is a good thing because that would have balance. Diversity, it's good because it balances things of where if there is a potential of one thing that is bad and you have a multitude of diversity of another that is of tech.
I just completely.
It would.
I agree. Diversity is good, but I just reject that it applies into like it doesn't apply in a singularity argument.
I'm okay with bad. I'm okay with bad, to be honest, because a little bit of bad, you can look at it and you can learn from it. It can add pressure, just a little. You get what I'm saying? Like when NASA, whenever they do things, they put a little pressure on their robots and on their space shuttles and stuff like that. And they do studies just to but if if it's too much, then it could be that could be a bad thing. So you could so if you have more odds of overcoming something that is negative, but it's not negative up to a point where it can overtake. It's not necessarily it's not necessarily a bad thing.
So
because
a lot of the things I was talking about in chat, where I mentioned before I joined, I said all of you should look into China expanding in the 5G realm, and they actually fund infrastructure in other countries, in third world countries, where they trade 5G to them to allow them to set up cities of security where they can put cameras. And these cameras can literally scan your face, scan your eye as you're walking through the entire city. And this is all data collected by China. This is happening all over the world right now. This is technology that is going on. And so this is why this is apropos to
Did
this
they create
conversation.
5G?
No, they didn't create
They're,
5G.
they're ahead of it.
They're just
they're
ahead of
in
it. They're
Oh,
ahead of
okay.
it. They're ahead of it. And I don't know if it was Brazil, the one I'm thinking of right now. But all of you look into this. This is legit. This is China saying, I'm going to give, Indonesia is one of them as well. Like, I'm going to give you billions of dollars to give your people 5G technology, which they don't have. But in exchange, we are going to make these cities secure. And the way we're going to do this is we're going to put up cameras, and it will scan for criminals. It is going to literally invade every part of your life. And now other countries that have agreed to this are kind of fighting back in that respect. And I guess my point to you is what I'm getting at is technology is not always great. It's not always it's great, but it continuously makes us less free as humans. So there's a line between how free do you want to be as a human and how far do we get to...
I'm trying to understand where you stand on it, though. Are you like... You're not anti it, but
yeah, I haven't reconciled it because obviously there's benefits to catching criminals, for example, by your street cameras, but there's downfalls into the fact that now China has a big data mining system to where they can gather intelligence all across the world, where they want to expand, and that's dangerous. So
it could be in a dangerous way, but when you have diversity of tech, it can fight against, is what I was saying.
And that's what I don't get, I guess.
So you promote
what's the
technology.
Diversity against that?
I mean, like if you're pro tech, like people before people had a viewpoint of the information age. It's like, you know what, it'll bring everybody together and it's going to be all kumbaya and people are going to have understanding and stuff like that. But then they realize, crap, you can use computers to lie and promote disinformation.
Yeah, I mean that
we never thought like you can utilize it in that way. But
no, absolutely. I think I honestly, you made a great point, because I think that's probably the biggest problem going on in the world, right? Is misinformation. Like, you know what? You grew up now. How do I know which channel to trust? Who do I trust? Who's the source of truth? Super easy for me when I was growing up. It was like ABC, CBS, and NBC. They were the news channels, and they were very highly regulated by the government in what kind of yellow journalism they can spread. Now, and I don't know if you guys know what yellow journalism means, but obviously that's the equivalent of the Inquirer. It's just bullshit stuff. And so now when you go on YouTube, you can have any dude on YouTube with a freaking green screen and pretending to be a journalist, and your name might be Crowder at the end of it or whatever. You know, you could be one of these people and be a journalist. And that never happened when I was growing up. So there's a very much difference in society as far as what we follow as truth.
But when you see people see that, and then they don't like that, and they want to therefore get out there and promote what's true. So
how hard is that? How hard is that?
It promotes one. It causes another thing to happen. So it's not necessarily bad.
Since when was the coverage of the Vietnam War not highly distorted, unprofessional journalism, among other things, or the suppression of sexuality, or the whole idea of the government regulating away so-called indecency, or the Supreme Court even defining that? And of course,
I agree.
But do you know who owned the satellite news channel before the syndication rights were sold out to Ted Turner?
Oh, that's what I was gonna say, Ted Turner, but I didn't know who before. Yeah.
Now, Satellite News Channel was based in Stamford, Connecticut, at a facility that public TV took over as a revenue-raising commercial production operation with some fancy toys after they sold out syndication rights, but not facilities, to Ted Turner before he Disneyized CNN. When he could, make gambles, without looking at the stock market and next 90-day reports. One of the partners was one of what you mentioned is not yellow journalism. The other was the historic source of yellow journalism. It was a Hearst ABC partnership.
Wow.
And Hearst, of course, being the classic publisher. Do you know what the
Hearst
term
Castle,
yellow journalism
the Hearst
literally
Castle,
derived from?
the Hearst Castle guy, or at Hearst?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And
Okay.
also Patty Hearst, who was kidnapped by
Yeah.
the Symbionese Liberation Army, and
Right.
But do you know what the term yellow journalism literally comes from?
I don't, but I mean, this is awesome history, dude. I appreciate it.
Some of the so-called news publications that were really schlock were printed on yellow paper to be more noticeable and stand out on the newsstands, and hope that people would buy them first ahead of that plain white paper.
Wow.
But that goes back to late 19th century, early 20th century.
But I mean, all of us.
Loki, you need to get on a talk show and win $1 million right now.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
I'm not even joking.
I'm just saying, like, you guys, I don't know if I've told you this before, but I'm 50 years old, so I totally realized growing up in the grocery store, there was actual physical papers you could buy outside, and in machines that you would put in coins into and open up, and you could buy a paper from it. And the Inquirer was in the U.S. was one that always stood out as like that's the bullshit paper. And so what I'm saying about this is, because of technology and because of the internet, because of YouTube, that any dude with a fucking million views is the Inquirer right now. And if you look on YouTube, there's 1 million of those people.
That's not true.
It is. It is.
No, it's not. You made a blanket statement. It's overbroad and wrong, and simply wrong. Anybody with 1 million views can be, but there are also some highly ethical people who would never go there.
Yeah, I shouldn't say everyone. You're right.
Yeah,
You're right.
What you said was overbroad.
You're right. I shouldn't say everyone.
You don't have the cost of printing presses and buying ink by the railroad tank car the way you used to.
That's good now that you can get on the internet and throw your 2 cents in. You know what I mean? Everybody, like you have more avenues of access to things. That's a good thing by going on the internet.
Well, it also does scramble things, but
yeah,
there is an information overload, and there's some utility to having professional gatekeepers if they play fair by decent ethics, but they never really have. Even the major networks. Well, the FCC regulation.
I don't think there's anything wrong with bad information or good information. It makes you have to work on your processing of information. It's not even it's not about accessing information now. You're not going to have a problem accessing information.
I'm older than 50, and I've been an insider behind the scenes of broadcasting and been responsible for setting up the information systems and doing certain forms of training for so-called news professionals. And most news people are low-paid hacks. There's a lot of labor involved. Talk shows are the only thing that has a higher labor level if you do them well. So most of them aren't done well.
So I guess my response to I'm sorry, who was it that said that it doesn't matter if it's good or bad news? Yeah, so I would totally disagree with that. I mean, this is how you have rise of tribes. This is how you have rise of Nazi Germany. This is how you have rise of white supremacism in the United States in the last 4 years. This is how you have rise of people who think that Trump is a savior for QAnon. This is bad information, and
this is how you have Amazon burning down people's houses, selling defective products. This is how you have them rigging their reviews and vendor questions and ratings to fraudulently distort the information and present it as professional according to terms of service that are actually a big lie.
You have to have a certain amount of regulation when it comes to spread of information. Period. You do. You have to have rules around it, and the rules around it should. I know it's not easy. I'm just saying that you have to get to a point where people growing up now don't have to like look through a million YouTube channels for confirmation bias, and can go to at least a handful, at least 20 of them that profess truth. They profess truth.
It helps your critical thinking is
That's
what I was
it.
saying. Like, you have to naturally, when you go to the environment, rationalize negative and positive of what surround you.
But do you know how hard that is for a human being who wants confirmation bias? And if you literally go on YouTube, you're not searching what is opposite of the viewpoint that I'm thinking.
I get what you're saying.
Unless you have critical thinking skills, you're normally searching.
They take
what is my confirmation bias?
Probably the far polar opposite, to the extent it's actually an opposite, would be that there is no competent party, government or private, to take on a regulating role without being abusive in how it's handled.
I agree.
Or have its own biases. So yeah.
I take info and compare it to many other information.
I largely agree.
No. I absolutely agree, because
when somebody tells me something and it's not quite somebody tells me something, I take multiple information from elsewhere and come to a conclusion. But I get what you're saying. Not a lot of people do that.
But
that's great. But Loki, you did say something great, and that's. You're right. You know, our political parties, whether it's on the right or the left, ultimately come down to people who donate money to those political parties. And so if you're on the right or the left, really, it ultimately comes down to which corporate interests that you favor who are supporting those parties, which is ridiculous for us in the United States. It's ridiculous to go, you know what, I favor solar energy over coal, you know? So, and since I favor coal over solar energy, I'm going to vote for these politicians who are backed by a lobbyist. And so you're absolutely.
Or how about, I believe in climate change. How do you believe in something that is a set of scientific and technological and natural facts?
Okay. There's a
difference.
Great argument.
So, there's an important difference between misrepresenting the facts and interpretation that may be complex and impossible to state.
You're so right, Loki. People taking belief in God and applying that to science are being played. You know, you don't take how people perceive things of a belief in one thing and apply it to something that is factually true.
So Loki was even getting probably even more granular in the fact that he was talking about climate change, basically alluding to the fact that how do you differentiate between science across the world coming to this conclusion versus that the world has always been going on and has gone through different climates, for example. So how do we trust the science that is saying that man is actually contributing to this global climate change? My response to that is we only have one fucking word for science and the method for it. And if you want a different one for that to describe how to explain reality, well, go give me a different fucking word for that. But since we all believe in this same word and method, then you got to accept all of the science down the road and reject everything else that's
Man
not
is of the
science.
environment. How can they not be a factor? How can man not be a factor if they're part of the environment?
That's not true either, by the way, because in certain topics that have industrial special interests, about half of the publication in certain fields of science and technology is fraud or distorted interpretation of reality, because certain industry groups have a far higher budget for propaganda. And they hire public relations firms to put out convenient to regurgitate press releases, and they make it easy for overworked, stressed, time-pressured, underqualified news people who are sub-professionals in the field, and so that gets a lot of press.
But you don't listen to the journalists or the sponsored fuel fossil industry when it comes to scientific fact on global warming at all. You listen to the people that don't make money and from all over the world that have tools that can measure different levels in the atmosphere. You listen to all of those people. You don't listen to the corporate sponsors or the overworked journalists. That doesn't happen, and that's how science is.
You listen to Jesus.
I'm going to call you out.
The
You're
higher
wrong.
power.
It does happen. I know how newsrooms function. I have a background as a broadcast engineering consultant. I've been inside far more news operations than most people behind the scenes, and it does happen. Sometimes the trade groups create fake nonprofits. As a matter of fact, in the cable industry and in the prison phone industry, among others, there have actually been legal actions by regulators, but not until years later, for trade groups putting up fake nonprofits to generate fake federal rulemaking comments and fake news stories to promote them. And on Facebook, you hear all this bullshit about Russian influence of elections. One of the biggest fake news story fronts was a guy who died at age 38, who may not have cared too much about a responsible long-term life if he had medical issues, but who hired about 50 unemployed and underemployed news people to write fake stories as clickbait and tie them in to a whole disinformation network in a way that didn't care anything about reality. Just profits from clickbait. Or if you know the term chum bucket,
right?
How many serious news sites have that kind of advertising at the bottom of their pages online?
Let me chime in because I'm not saying that people don't.
No, just give me a second here, soldier. I just want to say that I really enjoyed having this chat with you guys. I think it's definitely opened some ideas for future conversations for me. But we've come to the end of the moderated hour. I'd like to invite all of you to continue the conversation in Trav's tab. I think we're gonna put it into the stream now. But yeah, thank you all for the great conversation. But yeah, if you'd like to continue or come join in the off stream chat afterwards, come join the Discord. I'm sure Alexander will drop an invite link in the YouTube channel there before we close down.
Good night, guys.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. Have a good one.
Yeah, you guys had great arguments.